Okay. The Zodiacs, all of you, split up to do your own activities, achieve your own goals. Janna, this would mark your second time having been separated from an adventuring party. The second time after being separated from your own home village. Thinking back on your journey that you've had so far, while this separation is temporary, the sting of isolation begins to creep in. Familiar sensation you've had too many times at this point. Although the sting is dulled somewhat by the smell of Anduin's cooking emitting from the kitchen aboard your undead flying dragon. Strange how your journey has started from isolation, from separation, and now you've met several people, including a god whose only real goal is for you to create bonds and to bring connections closer, the exact opposite of where you started. But you are on Polaris. Anduin and
So,
where are you going?
So one head count. I've got Janna, Giorgio,
Yep.
Flumph,
Yep.
Answin,
Yep.
and oh my god, I can't think of its name. The little robot dude, though.
You have Error, yes.
Error.
You have
Quite
the
the gang.
Pokemon.
Gang.
Yeah. I just thought of something. Oh god, I just thought of something horrible.
So I think I also have 2 Pokeballs right now, right?
I believe you got 2 Pokeballs. So you have 2. So do you have 3 total or you have 2 total? I don't remember. I may have got an extra one.
I think I have 1 for Giorgio, and I have 1 for Flume. Oh, I might have an extra one that I haven't used yet. Hold on, let me check my sheet.
Yeah, I just had a horrifying thought with the Pokeballs.
What?
Polaris is technically a creature. So I guess you could.
Oh, well, I could put him in?
I guess.
Okay, I have a bonus one. So I have 1 unused one that I have in my inventory. So.
Okay.
Can I call up the Atneys with my bell?
Yeah.
And I'd like to purchase 2 more Pokeballs.
Okay.
If they have them.
Yeah, I don't think it was too long ago you bought more, but it's not going to take them, especially if you ask them to make more. You are their best customers, so like they're gonna have they're gonna make whatever you want to make. If you want to get 2 more, that'll be 5,000 gold total, just at a base price.
I can do that. I'm rich, bitch.
You are rich.
All right. Yep, I give them 5,000 gold.
5,000 gold, easy. Yeah, it might take like a couple days, but like they've worked, especially after they've given you the monster belt, the pocket belt. They've been trying to make more, I imagine, trying to fill out the slots so that you are a happy gopher.
I'm looking in my inventory. So I'm gonna change 1 unused pocket monster to just pocket, because I don't think I have any of this in my inventory, because I think it's in like the special things. Okay, I'm sorry, baby, you gotta go down. I was holding my cat, sorry.
I forget you have cat.
Pocket monster belt, and then in parentheses 5 balls. I think that's what I want, because 1 for Giorgio, Flumph, Error, Answin,
you put Anduin
Polaris. I'm gonna have a conversation. We're gonna have to have a conversation, but I think you said she could, right?
Technically.
Theoretically.
Yeah. I think like for the putting in without like any resistance, I think the creature has to.
They have to be willing.
Yeah, which Polaris.
Not that I'm just gonna do that. Yeah.
Anduin may be hard.
Maybe we'll start there. So I'll start off with Ansman. I'm like, well, it might be rough in the months ahead. I think you've made a lot of improvements in like being adventuring, and I would like to see that happen, but I'm very worried about doing the Mammoth Orb adventure. In the worst case scenario, would you be opposed to, if it was an emergency, you would be able to go into a Pokeball for your own safety if things get really rough.
Make a persuasion check. This is a whole.
Because it's not like I just want to throw in there. It's not like, oh no, there's a bear. Get in, it's whatever. It's like I just want worst case scenario. Should anything really fucking go down, it's an option,
Yeah, I get it. Me as a DM gets it. We'll see if Answin gets it. Okay.
Please.
You give your plea to Answin, who is currently in the midst of just like making some breakfast sandwiches as you're awaking. Where are you headed first, by the way? Just to so I have a direction.
I'll go home.
Okay.
I'm gonna go see my sister and my mom, just to be like give them a heads up, touch base, and then give them a warning, and then go head out. Because I'm kind of over there already anyway, right? Like I'm on.
Yeah, but
because we left.
You're going from Illireed, and then
we're like somewhere over here, right? Wait, where are we? Wait, oh, whoa, I'm way zoomed in. Sorry. We're down further. We're down here. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, closer to there. You're going southeast from Illireed after taking the dragon. I just put you somewhere in the main
because I live here.
Yes, roughly around there.
Yeah, so I'd be like kind of heading over there.
Yeah, so it'd be closer.
Or at least like that's not crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. You definitely. It's not going to take like a week-long journey. It'll be a couple days, especially on Polaris. Yeah, as one of the mornings you wake up with Answin in the midst of making some breakfast sandwiches, and you're just sort of making your case to putting Answin in a monster pocket trademark not pending. She sort of raises an eyebrow and goes, "Well, what's it like inside? Have you been?"
That's a great question. Can we go to the Atomies and like have this kind of conversation there? Not to be like do they know what's in it?
They made it.
I think it's been described to me once, but I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it's like a I Dream of Jeannie situation where it's like a fully furnished house inside, some nice couches and pillows. She's just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, I believe it links to whatever the creatures put in there's like sense of comfort is, and like there's magically conjured food, there's water. Like they're not gonna die inside there. It's not a bad place to be.
Right.
Without any of that, it's just like a blank
space. There.
Yeah. But
the way the Pokeballs work, it's not like Pokemon where it's like they forever get tethered to one person, is it?
The Pokeballs
like they attune, right?
They're attuned to you to like the attunement is more for like when like a bonded, a linked creature, I guess, to the Pokeball, if it goes down within range of you, it just pops back into the Pokeball, so there's no like risk of it dying.
Okay.
But like you can just throw in and catch stuff if you wanted to, but like it's not gonna make it yours necessarily.
Fresh.
Yeah.
Right.
The bonding is like a willing thing that both of you have to agree to.
Okay. Because like I'll totally to make the to be fair with Anne's gonna be like, if I will go in the ball to confirm that like this isn't awful, like I'll test it for her first. Assuming that doesn't then mean that ball is forever, Janna's only one.
Yeah, no.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. They're just magic items that anyone could technically use, but they're currently attuned to you. So,
okay.
You can give Answin to a ball to throw at you, which you can willingly fail the saving throw to see what it's like inside.
Yeah. Yep. I'll do that.
Yeah. So, as a show of good faith, hand Answin one of the unlinked balls, an empty ball. And she just yeets it at you, and it hits you, and you haven't used the ball in this way before. It sort of hits you, rebounds off with a metallic ping, and it sort of opens up, and this red little beam touches you as you feel your form beginning to be sucked in, being reduced to atoms, if you will, as you are being pulled into this magical item. You don't see it, but the ball closes, hits the ground, and it begins to shake slightly. But and then it stops after 3 shakes, and you are now inside. I wonder where this idea came from. But you were inside. What is your sense of comfort? What would you find comfortable? It is inside. Generally, it is a 20 by 20 foot cube. Pretty much, the one side of the ball is like transparent, and it looks like it's like peering out into the outside world. You can still see hearing is a bit muffled, but you can still see. You don't really peer around like a normal, viewpoint, but it's sort of like whatever the front of the ball is. But what is Janna's sense of comfort?
I think it's like a wooded campground. So I think there's like a little fire, like some comfy leaves to sit on, maybe some rocks. I think literally my brain, like, this is the perfect like nature meets humans, kind of balance thing. So just like a little campsite.
Yeah, and like inside, you are immediately met with a smell of fallen pine needles after fresh rain, the dew gathering up on kind of coniferous trees and plants and berry bushes all over the place. Your food. There's a small stream running through it, and next to the stream is a small, slow burning campfire. The smell of burning pine emitting from it. And there's roasted fish there. There's sleeping bags. There's leaves all piled up. Rocks. A little loot if you really wanted to play it. It's you're used to roughing it in the wild. This is like the best case scenario of roughing it in the wild.
I'm glamping now.
Yeah, you are. This is high echelon camping. Yeah.
I'll hang out for like a minute or two just to make sure like nothing weird happens, and then how do I get out then? Which is a great question for this. Do I just wish myself out? Does Ansman have to let me out?
I think for this one, I think it's like if you fail the saving throw, you can't get out for like 24 hours. But like for the purpose of this is your magic item. You're attuned to it.
Okay.
Man's can probably like magically summon you out as well after just messing around.
Okay.
With it. You go inside and like after like a minute, she gets a word after no word, and she starts messing with it. You can see the viewpoint on the front of the ball, just shifting like a camera in the middle of like a live documentary, just like shaky as all hell, and then the room splits open as you just get jettisoned out onto the floor.
I'll just be like, man, I wouldn't have mind being there. That was actually really nice and relaxing. I'll describe what it was like for me. And then I'll caveat by saying, but I think it changes for whatever you want in there. Do you want to give it a shot before committing?
Okay. Well, if it's to prevent me from dying, I'll give it a go.
Yeah. Again, we have to both be in agreement. This is just a worst case scenario backup. I couldn't live if you died from me a second time.
Yeah,
You mean a lot to me, Answin.
There's a small solemn pause after dying a second time, and she sort of just nods. Well, I'd still like to be outside to witness as much as I can, to see the world, but if something's too dangerous, sure, I'll go into this ball. This.
And when you're in there, you can even look out and see what's happening. I didn't know that happened, so you won't even be completely cut off. You'll still see what's happening in the world. But I still would like to have you by my side in the real world, as long as I can have you.
Okay. Well, as a backup plan, it's probably not the worst in the world. Okay, if need be, I'll go into the ball.
All right.
You could just summon everything.
Thank you, Antoine. Oh, it has to be willing. I'm like, oh, I could buy another one for Chris. So my max belt limit's like 6 balls, right?
Yep. For no reason whatsoever.
Okay. No reason. Okay. So there is room to grow, but I think this is a good cover. Because I was thinking too, I'm like, I don't remember what I was supposed to do with Polaris after I was done.
I was like, yeah, you could technically go in the ball. I was thinking, yeah. I was just thinking this as we were discussing the ball. I was like, Polaris is a creature. Like, oh no.
Oh, and I'll tell Ansman what I learned too of like, and in the worst case scenario, if something really bad happens and you're in the ball and I die, you're not trapped there. You'll get released. So there won't be that situation.
Well, if you die and I get released, I'll probably die next. But it's comfortable that I'll at least be out in the world. Someone will find my body.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And that point,
Maybe another.
There's a chance, though.
Maybe another chemist will revive me again.
Sorry. Yeah. It's not. It's grim to think about, but I'm glad we're able to have this conversation together. Should something happen. Thank you for going on this adventure with me, Answin. I do appreciate your company, and I think it's been fun to see you grow into yourself and allow yourself a new life.
Thanks for taking me, or offering, at least. I've seen a lot since this few short weeks, almost a month now. Been to places hotter that I've been, to places colder I've been. Bit of both. Forests, mountains, beaches. Never seen the beach.
We need to get you to a beach, Answin. Once we do what needs to be done, I think we'll have plenty of time, and I'd like to make sure that you get some good sights in, that you see the world, all the stuff that you wanted to do.
A beach without rubble.
We'll go to is it over by Narset? Not literally Narset, but isn't that like where like the really nice beaches?
Yeah, like
or like the tropical fruit.
Yeah. Vospa's where they grow tropical fruit, and like there are beaches there, like on the edge, and it's like, you've been to Vospa, right? I believe once in your travel.
Yes.
Yes, you've been to Vospa because you had to drop off your dragons.
Because me and Gary bonded over the fruit down there.
Kiwis.
Kiwis.
Yeah. So like, there's probably beaches down there. It's a warmer climate for sure, and like, just considering the nature of Narset, how no one can go there. The waters are relatively clear too, so it's probably a nice view.
So, also, sorry, I'm kind of out of order right now, so forgive my chaotic mind. Another thing I'd like to do is I'm gonna take off the anti-scrying item.
Okay.
Whatever that was, and then I'd like to reattune to the perioperative wound closing.
Okay, so you don't die immediately. All right.
Yeah, that also feels better in case something really happens.
All right. Yeah, probably not a bad idea, considering you're alone right now. The only things you have are like Giorgio and Answin as like the.
I have a lot of lives depending on me right now. I have a lot of mouths to feed.
Flume has like 6 hit points total. I've just been glancing over it, just ignoring it, just like shush.
I know. Thank you for doing the belt, because like I kind of was aware. I'm kind of bullshitting, just forgetting about Flume, that he's just like on my shoulder all the time. In every combat situation.
Yeah, I forget about the abilities. Like you can teleport with Flume. Like you can sort of get to like high points with Flume, tell him to go. Like,
yeah.
And teleport with him.
I need to take advantage of that. Yeah.
There's also like the hidden, like I think I keep forgetting is like Flume can like pick up telepathic messages himself. Like if someone's like talking telepathically and nearby, like Flume can hear it and like relay it to you.
And then Flume can tell me, "Oh shit, I forgot about that too."
Yeah, so like almost any, if Flume is out, almost any like message or sending that is nearby happening to you, Flume can probably pick up on.
Cool.
Yeah, that is something I can do.
This isn't whatever, because we've had this conversation before. This stuff is so cool, so it's not that I don't appreciate it, but at this level of D&D, I'm so overwhelmed with all the stuff that my character can do. It's so easy to forget stuff.
No, that's,
like as cool as that, you know?
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Peak D&D is between levels like 5 and 13, I think.
Yeah.
Like anything past that is like too much. Anything below that is like you died by a single goblin. So it's like 5 to 13 peak D&D.
It's so funny now that we are all like seasoned players. It's funny to have that realization, because when you're such baby D&D, you're like, that stuff's so cool, I can't wait to use that. And then once you're here, you're like, this means nothing to me now.
It's like, oh look, a cool feature. I'm on this pile of 9 other cool features. It's like it's the glamour has worn off. But hey, you have it. You got a lot of shit. It's just
yeah, I'm still grateful. I'm still grateful. It just, again, I wish I could take more advantage of it because there's so many cool things I can do now.
Yeah, I've seen people make like spreadsheets or like what are those like charts and stuff like different situations. Like you start your turn, like what can I do or what do I want to do? It's like do damage or control stuff, and like it just.
Oh my god!
You make.
Do you have the Boreal Lantern? I don't even.
Yeah, you have a Boreal Lantern.
Oh my god!
You got that from I believe the bottom of Ratabe's lair, which I believe is a lantern that works in all weather, including underwater.
I have the blocking chalk too.
Oh, you have a blocking chalk. I didn't.
God.
I was wondering who had it. I thought it was Riley. A blocking chalk.
It's in my magic items. Yes. I'm assuming I have it then.
Yeah, there's only one bag of it, so you have it. You have the blocking
Belt of Stone Giant Strength.
Oh, you got that from you got that from Gulmid Harbor and the crazy cat ladies.
Here's the stuff with a lot of these. You have to attune.
Yeah. And
at least for Janna, it's like the weapon. I'm not gonna ever not attune to my weapon. Always gonna be attuned to the Pokebelt, which before was just Giorgio's ball. And that leaves you like one other thing. Which if I was smarter, I would rotate between these, but yeah.
Yeah, I think
it's a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, at these levels, like having an organizational method is going to be extremely important, I think. Like whether inventory or just actions, because there's a lot of stuff you can do.
I have potions too. I have potions that have just been. Do potions expire?
They do not. Not unless they're like.
Hey, a potion of cold resistance. That'll be good for me for this.
Maybe, yeah. If you're in combat. Who knows? Maybe you won't be in combat.
Is that only combat?
It's against cold damage, but for the purpose of this, I'll say if you chug it, I think it's for an hour if it lasts. I'll say for the hour that it lasts,
not
going to be like not that, like cold's not gonna be that bad.
Because where I'm going to do the mammoth thing, that's like way up north again, right?
Yes.
I'm assuming, and that's where we had. Forgive me, I don't remember the name, but those were like the ice storms.
Yes, that is where the silent breaths are. Yes.
The silent breaths, because that's what I'm worried about. That's why I'm like, Janna might die because we almost died there a lot.
Yeah, and you do as not have a dome. You don't have a dome, don't have a mansion. If you're going to Thane by yourself, you are going to have to figure out a way to survive.
Yup.
Which, hey, that'll be rolls and what you're going to do as a player.
So I guess that's how I was thinking, like potion of cold resistance. That technically is cold damage, even if the enemy is nature.
That's true. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'll say if you chug the potion of cold resistance while you're up there and it's like bad, you'll ignore more or less the effects of the cold for the hour.
Right.
Just for purposes of this.
I'd even take like advantage on rolls or whatever it would be if you still needed me to roll.
That's true. It is resistance on immunity. Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
Okay. Would I get those from the Atneys? Where would I buy more?
Yeah, the Atneys can probably have some. If you need more.
I will buy 2 more.
Okay. Luckily I do.
Well, let me see how much one is. Let me see how much one is. If they have them in stock.
250 gold each.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah, and they have.
So 250. That's 500.
Yes, they have more if you want more, but up to you.
Wait, so 250 times.
Each.
By 4. That's easy math because that's 1,000.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So you have 4 potions of cold resistance. It's just basic.
I still have so much money.
You are the mom of this party. It's like, what's your allowance? Just like, okay, you can get ice cream today, 20 gold.
I think I just saw Chris forever in debt, and I'm like, I can't do that.
Yeah, wizards have a hard time of it. Wizards have to buy ink and magic. Like just existing costs money. Like I get it. He's always poor because that's kind of like how wizards are built. They always need to spend money on something.
Oh, there's the monster pocket. I'm gonna delete that. I'm sorry. I'm doing some house cleaning.
Yeah, no, this is a good thing to do while you have time, while you're cognizant. Just make sure everything's organized in a way that you like.
Yeah. Ice crystal block chalk. I do got the block chalk. That's literally in my inventory. Frost salamander heart. Elder frost arrows.
Oh yeah, I forgot you had those.
I have a love potion.
I do not know where you picked that up, but you have it.
have a dank marijuana nug. I've got drugs. I've got so many. I also have a satchel's worth of mild hallucinogens. I'm assuming it says mushrooms afterwards.
I'm guessing you picked this from the forest.
I think I did. Yeah. Okay, I don't see. What is this called again? I don't see it on my inventory, but I know I have it.
What are you looking at?
What were the potions I just bought? Potion of
cold resistance. Yeah, so wherever you saw.
So I should have 5 of those. I had 1, and then I bought 4 more.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if I was smart, I would not use the inventory, or because I would reorganize this in a way of like stuff you actually want to look at. Like I'd have tiers of,
Yeah, there is on the bottom page like a treasures thing where you can just put the miscellaneous stuff that actually doesn't have like a
meaning. My homemade tie-dye T-shirt.
Yeah, stuff like that. I think you're using it for like attunement stuff, which is also smart. But
yeah.
You got a lot of stuff. You got a lot of magic items. I think out of everyone, you may have the most. Because I think you've given yourself an.
Because I hoard stuff. Well, I love buying stuff.
You like buying stuff.
I love picking stuff up.
I also think like you have given your Janna a sense of responsibility to the point where all the party members trust you with the important magic items, like the Destiny Bunker and like the blocking chalk. Like Janna is the one that'll be responsible for this because Janna is the most responsible.
I'm not gonna lie, having that pressure of I had that wish card, that was a lot of pressure. But I think I used it in the exact place we needed to use it.
Yeah.
So no regrets.
Yeah, like that. Like you could have maybe squeaked away without using it, but also that would have been like a 50-50 chance of Raleigh dying. Like that was not a bad spot to use it, to be honest.
Yeah, that could have easily been the end of the campaign right there. And I think I've been trying to get out of that mindset of like don't save items, for like. When else are you going to use items? You have to use them eventually.
Yeah, you have so many magic items at a point where it's like you use one, you still have like a billion. Even if not the same one, you've got a lot of stuff. Like restorative ointments. I don't even remember what that does. I got that so long ago.
Who knows?
From Silnia, the sweaty peddler.
That my problem too is I keep thinking I'm gonna have an obscure reason to use one handful of sawdust that I won't get rid of it, but then all it does is just create all this clutter when I'm actually trying to find useful stuff.
Yeah, it's like one of the joys, at least for me, my brain is like having miscellaneous objects be useful at some point. So I get it.
Yeah.
I think one.
But when you have so many,
yeah, when you have so much,
no longer does it. Oh, the Grollup whistle. Oh,
yeah, the golden Grollup whistle. He bought with his own money. Yeah.
At the very end of the campaign, I feel like we just need to go through Janna's inventory, and it will be like a recap of the whole game.
Yeah. Your inventory really is just a time capsule, huh? It's like the start.
Like ancient shark bone.
Oh, yeah, you got that from the hags. This is not a bad idea.
Displacer Beast Paw keychain. That was early campaign.
Oh yeah, that was one of the first things you did. Stick with the scorpion on it. The scorpion's long dead.
Oh my god, stick with the scorpion. That scorpion's dead.
Oh, it's super dead.
That's great.
It's incredible.
Okay, we'll save this. I won't keep looking at this. Oh, the warrant. Yeah, but we should do that.
You have
hard text. The hard text still doing fine.
Hard text fine. They maybe have some little grubs in it, but that's just flavor,
Oh, good, and I have some playing cards. Answin and I are gonna get really good at bridge.
Like little card pyramids.
Actually, I don't know. Do you need 4 players for bridge?
I haven't played bridge.
I've never played bridge.
Go fish.
If you need 4 players, yeah, go fish.
Polaris.
What's the intense? Is it Slapjack?
I'm not familiar with that one. I know Speed, which may be the same one, but
Speed. Yeah. Anyway.
Going home.
Egyptian rat screw. Okay. Going home.
It will take a couple days to get there.
I have a note. Oh, I'm so smart. I have in my treasure actually what I'm attuned to.
Yeah, I think you're the only player that's done that, and that is not a bad idea. That's a good idea.
So I'm switching the Amulet of Anti-Scrying, and then I'm swapping in Periaptive Wound Closure. I bet I could even add to this because I have that belt and stuff. I think these were the ones where I'm like, if I were to use items, I think these are the ones I would use. Okay.
Right, yeah, you
we're going home.
You need to keep track of all your magic items that you can attune to. Just also a good idea.
Yeah.
You can also there's like a section for like what is it? Like additional features and traits or like stuff like that. It's like where it's like it's not the most useful thing, which you could also use for like more permanent stuff like your attuned items, and use your treasure for like just random miscellaneous objects. It's up to you.
I feel like this is why there's so like many specialty D&D like journals for like notes or character like extended character sheets, because there's like so much stuff you have to like if you're playing for a while that you have to pack into a sheet.
Right. Yeah.
Or like how you want to organize yourself.
Yeah, I've been trying to not to keep going out of tangent. I've been trying to get into Pathfinder recently, and like it has it has more rules, but like the rules are simpler technically. There's just more of them, so there's a lot more memorization. But
yeah. How do you like Pathfinder?
I'm liking it a lot. I'm trying to get everyone on board, but like no one really wants to make a change because they're all used to 5e right now, which is fair.
Yeah.
But like,
if I would be open to playing Pathfinder, that because I know again there's a huge market for that. But it'd have to definitely be a situation where it's like, I don't want to prep, like, I don't want to go study Pathfinder, but if I could show up for like a one shot and you just tell me what needs to happen, I'd probably have fun.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there will be a lot of preparation in Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Just because there's so many options.
Which that's fair. Yeah. That's a turn off for me personally. So that's just me being honest. But I'm very happy that you like Pathfinder and you've been exploring that.
I could try to make a pre-made. I do want to make some one-shots for Pathfinder at some point, just to give the group a try. Like, if you feel like playing, I can try to just roll up a character for you.
Yeah. I feel like where I'm at after this campaign, like, I think I've just been spoiled by anytime I've done one-shots. That's the deal. It's like no prep work. You show up, you're given a pre-gen character sheet. I just got to look at it. You maybe add in a few things or give you whatever it is you got to fill out. But most of the work is done, and then you just get to playing. And I feel like it's just so fun. I know that's more prep work on the GM, but I feel like if I were to ever do one-shots, I'd do the same thing of like, you guys aren't going to go learn Call of Cthulhu, Yeah. I'm going to roll characters that I think are good for a one-shot. That makes sense. That would help you advance. And then I'll just tell you guys what to do, like what just the basics, and then you would get going,
Yeah.
And then we'll worry about anything else as it comes up.
Yeah, Pathfinder is very crunchy though. It is very rules heavy.
Yeah, I would say that's a different thing. That's like Warhammer. I feel like more like I love rules. I love
that's a good analogy. It really is the Warhammer of D&D, pretty much. There's a lot of rules. It's very because there's so many rules. Like there's a lot less ambiguity though, which is good and bad, I guess. No, it's mostly good, but it's just a lot of stuff to remember.
There's like a triangle, like there's a diagram somewhere, and I forget what about. Like one is like the top of the pyramid is like rules and strategy, and then like at the bottom left triangle point is like storytelling / improv, and then there's something else on the right hand that I can't think of. But like I feel like I definitely drift towards like the story improv, where it's like, oh, you don't have to plan, we'll just make it up and it'll be fun, like who if you don't really know the rules, that's fine. Like the system is just a vehicle to get you to having fun. And that's just one style play, and I understand that like people have different things where it's like people love the structure and rules, and that is the fun of the game for them,
Yeah, I love crunch. I do like crunch.
Yeah.
But like I'm probably somewhere more in the middle. I do like story, but it's like I'm also not the greatest person of it. But just having pure mechanics, just stuff that I can unambiguously do. I do enjoy that.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're going home.
I'm sorry.
Oh, these are fun conversations.
Yeah. Was anybody else's this? I feel like I'm sorry. I'm just a little. Now I'm like too active. Now I'm too awake.
No, that's fine. I'd rather be too awake than not at all. So this is a welcome change.
Yeah. Oh, also sorry. We're going home, but let me also say one thing that I didn't say to you up top. I bought a new desk. which has been great. Now everything, like, I just have more room. But the biggest part is that now this is a working standing desk. So right now I'm standing while playing D&D, and I think that's going to make a huge difference when we play. Because if I'm starting to get too sleepy in my chair, I'll just be like, force myself to stand up, and then I can't get tired, you know?
If you're always standing, you're always alert.
Yeah.
In case predators like roll up and just.
In case predators.
Yeah, there's a tiger.
In case there are monsters nearby. I can't sleep. There's monsters nearby.
Yes. You cannot long rest when there's enemies nearby.
Yeah. All right, going home.
Going home. Is there anything like to accomplish on the couple days that it takes you to head to the Forest of Faces, back to the village of Subi?
I think I just like to prep Answin for what she's about to get introduced to. You know, like I'll explain like what's going on here, like if I haven't already disclosed like my story to her, that kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah, but the whole cannibalism bit, and like
the whole why we won't be like welcomed with open arms there, right?
Yep, and like the general vibe, all female village of warrior women.
Yeah. I'll tell her any slang words, you know, any.
Yeah, they probably have slang words for just like, are you whammon or not whammon? Like, that's a good point. I'm not gonna make any, but like that's a good point.
Yeah, we could just imagine what they would be like.
Yeah, just imagine it. D&D, it's high fantasy. All right.
It's all theater of the mind.
This is true. Yeah, but over the next couple days, you just regale your story to Answin and just like give her the basic outline with some details about your deeds that led you to be more or less socially exiled from the whole village, the whole structure of it, the traditions, the religion, all that good stuff, all that world building.
Okay. Cool.
But you know the direction towards Subi. You know roughly where it is. You know the around it.
Sorry, before you land, I'm sorry, this is how I get my kicks. Now that also we have Polaris to ourselves and like no one else is in the house, I think it's like we're playing loud music. We're like not washing the dishes immediately, you know, like just a real kind of like mom and dad aren't home kind of vibe is happening in Polaris right now. Everyone's out of their balls. Everyone's just kind of hanging out.
just you all reconvene a year later, and Polaris is just a mess. Polaris just
oh my god! Yes. Okay. By the end, please remind me. I think that's hilarious. I really want that. Yeah.
Permanent curly mustache on Polaris. Let me write that down. Hold on, just to make sure. Aftermath. Polaris.
Oh yeah, can we do that off early? Because the first picture I like to send to the group chat is Polaris with like Sharpie on the face.
Yeah, just pictures aren't usually a thing associated with that magic item, but sure, I'll let.
Thank you for letting me have fun.
No, that's the point of D&D. I'm trying to be not as anal about the rules around. Just generally, I think I've been like too on the nose with it, but that's usually under combat. Outside of it, go buck wild.
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate and I play the same way of like if you're not changing game mechanics and it's not a disturbance to the story, why not?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So speaking of, actually, that does remind me. A few days.
Because kind of my yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I said my thought, which is why I was like, Brandon and Bowen already did their sessions, but I was kind of secretly hoping that like in the middle of like Misty's at random points, like you'd get a picture from Janna. It's this.
Oh yeah, no, that I've been keeping track of those. Right, Bowen has been sending stuff.
I'm excited. Okay, then I'll wait for it. Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm so glad people have the same thought. Yeah. Okay, we land in. I'll be quiet now.
Yeah, a few days in, just a couple like a day out from Subi, you get a little ping on your group chat, a little fish.
A picture of a fish, or no? It's like Riley's icon.
It's like Riley's icon.
I open it.
You put it up to your ear, and you hear in Riley's voice, "I found information about Lily Wolfspeaker. Turns out, old monarch of Hara." A couple seconds pass.
Wait, what did it say?
I found information about Lily Wolfspeaker. Turns out, old monarch of Hara.
Okay.
And then a couple seconds later, you get the image of a crystalline rambler, the image for Chris.
I open it.
You open it. You hear in his monotone voice, "I know the secrets of Mazmazak." Another fish icon shows up.
I open it.
I have no idea what that means.
Janna will reply, I also don't know what that means, but I hope you're having fun, Chris.
I'm logging all this. But I hope you're having fun, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what was Chris's message? Just I know the secrets, and then he didn't tell us what the secrets were.
I know the secrets of Mazmazak. You have no
We
idea
don't know who Mazmazak is. Yeah, that's a Chris thing. Yeah.
Bo, I don't think Bo and Chris are gonna get back to me today, but they've
That's
both
fine.
asked me to message him every message that comes by.
That's great.
Hold on. Oh boy. Okay. I'll do it later. Okay. Okay. That's the message you get. Just knowing that your group is alive is
Yeah.
kind of a comfort, honestly. It's only been a couple days, and like you're still getting used to just being away from the rest of the group. You've been together for
forever, for like months.
Yeah, for months, for 3 in-game months, which is like
almost a year,
like 2/3 of the year. So it's like you guys have been together for a while with like almost no breaks in between, and this is it. This is your break.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Also, just as a personal, Janna's feeling like, man, it's only been a couple days, and I've not even like done anything yet.
Yeah.
Good for everyone else.
Yeah, Riley got his shit in pretty early. So did Chris, actually, but yeah, this is a couple days in. Chris can teleport all over the place. He gets to places very quickly. But you do land. Are you landing directly within Subi, or are you landing close by and walking?
No, I'll land nearby.
Okay. You land. You find clearings. It's not hard. The trees aren't super dense in some certain areas, but the faces are always prevalent of various expressions of rage, of sorrow, of happiness, of neutrality, of every emotional spectrum imaginable.
Knowing what's in this forest, can I put Polaris in his ball?
Yeah, this is a...
Okay.
Yeah. Solid.
Now that I have this option, should have done this way sooner. Oh my god.
Yeah,
there were so many times where like, what do we do with this dragon?
Yeah, I mean, like you've had like you've really only just got the pocket belt, so I've had
still
yeah players in the ball, yeah. And also I guess he can't really like swoop in and save all y'all if he's in the ball too, but you can carry him portably, which is nice.
Oh, but then I get the option now to have that super cool, I'm gonna throw it in the air so it like releases up, and he explodes out.
Yeah, you're legally
that cool moment.
You're legally
yes, I will put my baseball cap backwards when I do it.
Yeah, but
that's where you're going.
The magic words to summon the monster is you have to say go and then the monster's name first before throwing it.
Polaris, go!
Yeah, there we go. These are
Polaris.
Required.
Come, Polaris, stop.
Return to me.
And he gets zapped back in.
Yeah, this is
my hat goes back forward.
Just on its own, not even with your own. Like it's like on a servo motor, it just rotates.
Sorry, that image is really funny. Okay. It's like really slow too. Like
it's one of those weak like servo motors to use to make koi cars. It's like it's not powerful at all.
I gotta charge my hat later.
Use the USB slot at the back of it. USB-C. But you land in Subi, and you know the way. You know these trees. You're not that far away from the village. As you're slowly making your way to Subi, the sounds of rustling underbrush near you, you're not sure whether that's just wind or a hunter just hiding, waiting for game or lookouts or anything. But you know your way home, like Moana. And finding a small clearing, very small, very blended in. The trees are, some of them kept tall. The canopy cover is still more or less intact, but the tree trunks themselves have been somewhat cut. A somewhat camouflaged village in the middle of a forest filled with faces of the deceased, of anything that's been hunted or hunters that have been felled in this forest, mystically summoned as a plant with a face in it. But you find the huts, you find the tents made of just tanned skin, of furs, of hides. You see the several tribesmen, just villagers just walking around, some of them carrying their latest hunt, some of them skinning, processing, just game generally. There's a lot of pelts around, a lot of just flesh, just in baskets or otherwise, and just, this is a hunting village, and everyone here is a hunter, more or less.
Yeah.
Almost no contact.
Janna won't really, like acknowledge people just knowing the reaction she'll get, so she'll just kind of go directly to her mom's house.
Right.
And just kind of not, making not that she's averting gazes, but just kind of like she knows exactly where she's going. She's got confidence, but also isn't like, looking at other people either.
Right. Yeah, as you just go find your mother's tent, the family tent you sort of grew up in. It's a large-ish tent. Your mother, Clara, is a pretty good hunter. She is she's not the leader, but she is up there. She's likely next in line once Kuori dies. But your mother is well respected, so she has a slightly bigger tent, and it is covered. The outside is just sheltered with this pelts of not only animals, but like of various beasts. You see pieces of just owlbear fur. You see pieces of just scales from unknown reptilic monster. Could be a hydra, could be crystalline rambler, hard to tell, but it is almost this tapestry of Clara's achievements.
What's because I don't actually know the D&D monsters that well. What's like something that would be in this forest? I want to make a comment of like, when I see my mom, I'm like, oh, is that a new blah 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 pelt? That's impressive.
Yeah, there's all sorts of monstrosities. I know monstrosities. I just don't remember many off the top of my head. Let me find one random here.
Or like, what would be in this area?
Yeah, hydras are a big one. They're kind of the.
I'll say hydra.
Yeah, it's hydras. You killed a hydra.
Like, whoa, is that a new? But it was scary.
Yeah, it was an even scarier hydra than normal even.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, you've seen your fair share. Yeah, onkegs, bullets. Behirs aren't very common here, but they've been known to exist, and there's just like they're kind of like this they're very like salamander like smooth skin, but they shoot lightning and they have 6 legs. It's very very scary looking. You have not seen them, but you've heard them, and they do tend to kind of show up here. They come down from the Slantic Ridge for the mountains to hunt. Yeah,
I forget. Did I come here once before in the campaign?
You have.
I think like very briefly, right?
I don't think you've actually been back to Subi since the start of the campaign.
Okay.
You've been nearby, and you've been in the Forest of Faces,
right,
but not within the village itself.
Okay.
Yeah, but even as you're walking to your mother's tent, like you are getting stares, both at you and both at Answin, who clearly does not belong here. Everyone here is clad in their kills. Everyone here is scarred up or tattooed or have some sort of like. Every hunter here, every woman here is in some way or another, except for the very young ones, a tapestry of their achievements. They have ink. They have like they're literally wearing what they've killed. They have these scars made from what they've killed, and they make weapons out of what they killed. Everything here is based on the hunt. And Everyone is very seasoned, very grizzled.
Mm.
And you are...
In response to that, I have everyone out. Like, Giorgio's out, Flumph is out, Air is out.
Polaris is
okay,
out.
Polaris is out. Now Polaris is in. That would be bad. I'm saving that one. I'll save that one.
So I killed the white dragon. I made him a house.
Yeah, so Polaris is in the ball, but like in her mind, Janna's like, oh, that could somebody really try something.
Yeah, and like
I've got the upper hand.
You're getting stares, and almost none of them are happy.
I ignore everyone and just keep going forward.
Yeah, no one really stops you.
Yeah.
They know who you are, and they know what you've done. As you walk into your mother's house, you see the grizzled, half-orcish woman, older in her years. You see the two tusks are longer than most half-orcs, and they've already been shattered, broken off, and just replaced with other monsters' teeth. Just haphazardly stapled in, I suppose. Covered in scar tissue, hairless, and just wearing this almost scale-like armor, but enough to not restrict movement. In the process of skinning what looks like a basilisk, and she's just in the process of just removing all of the scales from it and cutting out organs, pieces of meat, then just organizing them into pieces of into baskets. Your mother, Clara.
I'll just walk in, see her, and just go, "Mama,
Mama, spaghetti."
But I do think Janna would probably call her like Mama or something like that. I don't think she'd call Mom. I don't know.
Yeah, you have a very casual relationship with your mother. She sort of just stops, and she just sort of looks at you. Just stands up, stops carving. She doesn't look happy or glad. She just looks like you're back. And that's what she says. You're back.
Yeah. Say, sorry for dropping in on, no notice, not even short notice. But I just wanted to check in, see you guys, and I do have some news, but that can wait for a little bit. How are you, Mom? Is Hannah here?
Hannah is out on a hunt. She'll be back soon.
All right. Well, I'll wait for Hannah so I can share what I need to tell you guys together. But this is Answin. Answin has been traveling with me for the past little bit. Answin, this is Mama.
Answin, very intimidated by it. Like, Answin is not like she's hardened in a different way. She has seen like the kind of like the worst of the world, or some of it, in like modern civilization. She is completely out of her element in the wild. So she looks very intimidated. But your mother sort of like walks up with purpose as she sort of gets up incredibly close with Answin, and Answin just sort of freezes in place. Answin sort of goes, "Hi, I'm Answin." And your mother just begins to like get up all up in her face and begins to like smell her. And sort of just circles her, kind of like a shark a little bit, just eyeing her up and down. And your mother sort of goes, "How many have you killed?" Answin, intimidated at the question, "None. I've died."
Can Janna just interrupt? She's like, she's killed she's killed small things like turtles, but in general, Answin is no, I don't know. I don't know what Janna's doing here. But she wants to come to Answin's defense of like she's just learning the trade. She's a beginner.
Your mother sort of looks, hears your words, still keeping her eyes on Answin as she sort of just goes, "You've killed, and you know death. This is a start." As she just picks up a second knife, just made of like some bone or teeth from some monster that's been sharpened to a razor's edge, as she sort of holds it by the blade and hands it towards Answin. "You can help me. Skin this basilisk." Answin sort of
Janna will just kind of nods at Answin.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is an honor, I'm assuming.
It's more like the tasks. Like it's not necessarily an honor. It is a task that is needed doing. But like normally people aren't this welcome in the village. They usually shoot away or outright killed if they get too nosy. You are not welcome, but you are known, and Answin's an outsider. So this is not an honor, but
I guess what I mean for not knowing Answin to give her to just be as welcoming as this, to be like you're gonna jump right in as if you belong here.
Yes, that is correct. Where it's like, this is better than most people would get. She sort of takes the knife and begins to, as your mother, you can hear just giving very basic instruction. Like this is the stuff that you are taught as toddlers to Answin, as she's sort of just following along. And like Answin's like butchered stuff before, so this isn't that different. The only weird thing is that it's a basilisk, which she's never done before. And she sort of gets very careful when it's like, don't touch this gland, otherwise you'll start turn to stone. It's like, okay, got it. But that takes a little bit. What are you doing while you're here?
I guess I'll just help them where I can. Otherwise, I'm just kind of like observing, making like idle chit chat. Like I said, I'll talk to my mom. But like, oh, I see there's a new Hydra pelts on the thing. Oh, I want to show my mom the stuff that I have. So I introduce her to Giorgio. I introduce her to Flumph, to Error. I show her my Displacer Beast keychain. What else is impressive? But like all the stuff that my mom would care about that nobody else does. The sorry, I'm trying to pick some out for the Iron Scale Hydra Plate. She would care about that.
Yeah.
The Frost Salamander Heart, or maybe that's not impressive.
That's pretty impressive.
Ancient Shark Bone. There was one other thing. Oh, Mammoth Fur.
Yeah, and like you show her all the trophies of your kills, and so some of them are like pretty standard like displays, but some of them legitimately impress her. And she's like, I'm gonna hang this up on the fridge, basically. As you pull out like a crystal, like a salamander heart and like the iron scale, hydra scale, and she's like trying to find places to like hang it. I'll
give her that. Can I empty some of my inventory out like this?
Yeah, no worries.
I guess I won't. I'll just uncheck mark it because I want to do that thing at the end.
Yeah. So you can just uncheck mark it, and like she's as hard of a woman as your mother is, Clara, is like she is still very much a mother. Like she still like has like in her own weird way like tendencies of like proudness of what her daughter's doing.
Yeah. Aw. I'll give her the Frost Salamander Heart. She can take the Ancient Shark Bone too. I don't think I need that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
I'm gonna keep the Mammoth Fur because we might need that for cold. And I still want my keychain.
Yeah, that's like your.
She wasn't impressed with that. Yeah. She wasn't even impressed with it.
No, it's like eventually as your sister, Anna, the Black Dragonborn, large, like fairly wide and just like muscular, even compared to the other people here. She looks like she's gained a couple of new scars. Her horn, she has two like curling horns that go up straight up, and it looks like the tip has been like cut off. It looks like she's gotten a little bit taller too, but for you it's kind of hard to tell because you're so low down to the ground. As she comes into the hut, just dragging a displacer beast behind her. As you're sort of showing your mother the displacer's paw, a new dead displacer beast comes back into the hut. As she sort of just eyes you, great axe just over the shoulder, bloodied, and so is she.
Hey sis, good kill, good get.
As she sort of looks at the rest of the just body parts strewn about, some of them still pulsing and glowing with magic, she sort of just goes, well, it looks like you've been busy too.
Not that it's a competition. And then
Everything's a
Janna kind of throws a wink.
Your sister, still bleeding from the wounds she's endured, she sort of just drops this place beast. Mom, I'm gonna go hunt something else now. As she begins to just turn and walk out, as your mother sort of hold up a hand. Janna has something to say.
So one, it's good to see you both. It's been a long time, so you know why I don't, I wouldn't come here unless something was important. And I feel like I'll just kind of lay out everything that's like happened. I'll just kind of tell them like what my journey has been, where the stuff, and I think, like I'm gonna tell them like everything that we've learned, about everything. And then kind of give them a warning of like, I think this is coming up ahead. I wanted to give you guys a heads up, just prepare in your own ways. But stuff could start going down in like the next year.
Yeah, I'm sort of spending the next couple minutes explaining everything that's been going down. Everything that's happened to you since you left home, like a while ago. Sort of just socially exiled. You left, found several new adventure groups, newfound families, separated from almost all of them, but now you're back to where you sort of started with all this new information, all these new stories, all these new dangers and warnings. As Hannah's sort of just like sitting there, just trying to take it all in. She's sort of just like scoffing at some of it, just like, oh, you didn't do all that. But your mother, Clara, just sitting there, just listening to every single word without a word, just listening intently. And as you're sort of getting to like the whole God stuff, Clara, your mother eventually, once you conclude your story, the guardian wolf has been silent lately.
Oh, really? For how long would you say?
Few weeks, month almost. Perhaps there's something to do with you.
So, stepping back as a player, Simon, was it Aslor?
Yes.
Aslor like wasn't one of the 10s anyway, like the 10 gods.
Yes, he was he's one of the old ones, I suppose. The sort of god of the hunt, the very much survival of the fittest. If you are able to sort of kill your way to survival, you are a-okay in his eyes. Which is kind of like like the patron deity of the whole village of Subi, pretty much, is like the guardian wolf, Aslor. Not that we know his name all too well, but the guardian wolf.
Okay. But you would classify him, I guess, as one of the old gods.
Yes.
So, help me, because I have trouble in my brain putting together some of the bigger plot pieces. So, what does it mean if he's been silent? Because we've been having the old gods become like more of a presence, right?
Or in your
should I be worried that what?
Yeah, in your lives, the old gods have been sort of keeping more prevalent in your lives. So like, you didn't know anything about Maharl before, but now Maharl sort of shows up in your dreams occasionally. Aslor, while you're living here, and a lot of people describe Aslor sort of as having like this vibe. As you're on a hunt, you just feel just imbued with the power of nature in some ways. Just like you just move more quickly, more swiftly, more silently. You strike with more viciousness, and that is considered the just sort of the eyes of Aslor just on you, like sort of blessing your hunt. Some people see like streaks of black and white, and it's like, that's Aslor. No one's actually ever seen.
So people have not been feeling that presence. They've been feeling the absence of that stare.
Yes.
Okay. But like, so I guess, so that's helpful. So thank you, one. And then to take it a step further of like, Oh, because I'm sorry. Again, I'm putting this all together in my brain. So just if I'm getting stuff wrong, please let me know. But I would interpret it as like because the 10 is taking over. That's why suddenly though? Because it's not like the presence of the 10 before has affected Azlor. Because everyone, I don't want to call it a Santa situation, but like it's if you believe in the gods, they'll be there, right? Is that kind of how this works?
Generally, yeah. The 10 have been the most prevalent, the most like widespread religion as
Right.
of current, and people have clerical powers viewed upon them.
So I guess this should be shocking to me then to hear that suddenly Azlor's stare is gone, because it's not like anybody here has stopped believing in him or anything like that.
Yes.
Like that should be considered strange to me, and I wouldn't know why that actually is.
Yes, this has not happened as far as you're aware. Although with the new current information that you have of just old gods, their power is a little strained currently, so they can't always. They don't have the power they once did to sort of just give away their attention as freely as they once did before. So Azlor has been very localized in this forest, where the 10 is now just fucking everywhere.
Okay, they'll kind of convey that to my mom of like, I mean, that's really shocking to hear, but I guess, yeah, like the longer time goes on, the more the power is diminishing. So what, and I know, Simon, I'm sorry, because I know you're the DM. What are we building up to? Like
goal-wise?
Like, how do we actually have a plan as a group of like what we're going to do about the 10? I think I just kind of, there's been so many moving pieces that like I can handle like the session to session stuff, but when I think about it as a whole, I'm like, I still don't see how it all fits together. Yeah. And if you can't explain that to me right now, I understand. Yeah. I'm just trying to, in my brain, use this as an opportunity to catch up.
Right. The overall plot, the goal as a group, as a campaign really, is to not let the world die.
Right.
You've discovered a lot of.
I've got that.
Yeah, a lot of.
Because we're taking a break, we're gonna go do our own separate things for like a year, and then because we are really waiting for time to pass, we're waiting for something, right? So I guess once that year is up, what are we waiting for? Like, what's our cue?
You guys don't really have one, to be honest. There's been a lot of just like, pinging about doing small stuff that are kind of an issue currently. That leads into other bigger stuff. But the big problems, like stuff like server wins, like you haven't fully went to that area yet. You haven't fully went into a lot of stuff. It's been a lot of smaller stuff to just a lot of just like not chores, but like smaller goals, like more localized things. Overall, the plot has been save the world, if you will. But there's no like one overarching goal. The goal is to just not let the world to die after uncovering all these ancient stuff. Regarding the 10, I believe the party is also on the fence about that too. I believe Riley's trying to basically disprove the religion currently, but that's his thing. You can do it too.
It's his thing.
Yeah.
But okay, because I there's nothing to disprove here. They already don't believe in the 10.
Yeah, and like just learn about gods anyway. They're probably the clerical power doesn't come from nowhere. Like, if people believe in the 10 and they get powers, like, that's from somewhere. So maybe they're real now.
Right. Okay. This is I'm going to put it in the group chat right now so that the onus isn't on you. I would love a session where we I'm going to put session in quotations, where we just plan and theorize and catch up for, because not to be, I feel bad. I feel like I'm sensitive because I feel pressure that like I'm kind of forcing our hand. Like, we're kind of nearing endgame, right? Like, this is kind of what it feels like. This is all kind of gearing up towards. Like, we took a break, big things about to happen. We're all preparing. So like I'm putting a thing like I would love a session where we just plan and theorize and catch up for the big end game. Is that crazy to say, Simon? Like, we're kind of close to the end.
You guys are like level 18 of 20, so
yeah. Okay, I'll put that. Okay. that's just a separate thing of I just sometimes I know that I miss messages or I'm not great at absorbing it or understanding what's happening. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't
it's the
overstep anything.
Yeah,
okay. We still need to do that. We still need to figure out what we are doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. To be fair, I've also haven't really given like a single like objective to work toward. It's been a lot of like I've been putting a lot of like side quests in, I guess, that have a feel of side
No,
quests.
I think
like,
that's fine.
Yeah.
This wasn't a thing for you as a DM. This is we as a group, we've been given a lot of stuff. We need to we're at the point where we need to put the pieces together and figure out how this now all fits together. That's how I feel as a player. Like we need to do a little bit of legwork too.
Yeah, possibly after the downtime where maybe some new stuff has been revealed. Apparently,
right. And I'm assuming we're getting stuff revealed to us during our sessions that when we come together after our one-on-ones, of course. Okay.
Yeah, and like apparently Riley's found something.
Yeah, something Chris did too. Yeah, I'm gonna wait to see after I leave before I send a message, but I'll probably update the group as well of what I learned here.
Yeah.
But I'll wait to make sure.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's up to you when you want to share it immediately or not, depending if you find it.
Yeah.
But like yeah.
But I'll just tell my mom exactly what I just said, and then also add on of like anything I shared with you. I know that the what was the term, the woman we will you I want to be I'm trying to come up with slang.
The whammon.
The whammon, that was it, thank you. The whammon of Subi do not interact with outsiders much. So I feel even though other people may not respect me or my experiences or what I have to say, please feel free to share what I've shared with you to everyone else. Because I still respect people here and I feel like people should know what's happening out in the world.
Your mother sort of just goes, I will try. I do not know if they will believe.
I don't think they will either, but at least would have heard it. Yeah. Thank you, Mom.
You hear footsteps coming out from outside of the hut. You see a single large Goliath woman, gray skin, hairless, basically 90% scar tissue, and it's like the gray skin is almost like so there's almost less skin and just more scars, if anything. Like every single possible area where there is skin, there's this canyon of just pink, just barely covered flesh that has been like torn apart and then badly healed, and it's just there as a reminder of the battles that she's faced. Sort of faded tattoos over the eye that extend up over her head, almost in the shape of like a biting wolf around the eye, and just wearing this like scaly pelt with crystals that are just still pulsing yellow from it. You fought one of these before. That was a crystalline rambler like skills. This is Kuori, the chieftain of Subi, and she's
Janna.
To your tent.
When she enters, Janna will just give her like a bow or like whatever is customary here to like signify respect, you know?
Yeah, and as do Hannah and Clara. They sort of just give you a small bow.
Janna will kind of nudge Anaswin to do the same.
Yeah, she's a little bit late on the jump, and she also does it as well, sort of mimicking the movements you do. Corey doesn't look at anyone else except you, Janna, as she sort of just says, we must speak.
Janna will say, okay. And she either follows her or stays here. I'm just going to look to her as if...
And she just leaves.
What's to happen?
Yeah, she
okay,
just
I follow her.
Right. Answin looks like she's about to follow as well, but Claire sort of just stops her and just goes, like, we have a basilisk skin. As you are led to like a larger, this is almost looks like the most permanent structure in the place. It is actually made of wood, but it's still covered in pelts and everything, and it is thick and heavy with pelts. Just basically like it's like one big ball of leather and skin. The hunt of Corey, the strongest person in the village, more or less. Which you could probably take her at this point. But she sort of just walks in, and inside is still more trophies. You see heads, you see just bodies, you see basically like almost like taxidermied, just like corpses of all these monstrosities and beasts and like some other creatures we're not even familiar with, really. Like some of them look humanoid, like which is kind of weird, like insect-like almost. And it is a amalgam of just dead things that she's killed. The moment she walks in, and you do as well, she sort of turns around and grabs your wrist. And sort of turns it over, sort of revealing the inside of your wrist. She sort of peels back any clothing you have over the arm, and she sort of reveals the tattoo that you've gotten from Aslor a while ago, that you can use to summon a knife to skin things. She sort of just goes, "Where did you get this?"
What? We need to get this?
Where did you get this?
The tattoo?
Yes.
Literally, me as Janna. Didn't I get it like here? I'm assuming as part of the.
You did not. You got this after. You got this after you killed the Ironskill Hydra. He had a dream with Aslor where he bit your arm, and then when you woke up, there's like a bite mark in your arm that's within the shape of a tattoo.
That's right. I'll convey that to her. I've fought a Hydra, and I had a dream with Aslor, and when I woke up, it was here.
Yeah, he sort of just looks towards you. No joy, no emotion. Like this barely contained annoyance you can kind of pick up. And she sort of just goes, "You have been seen by the Guardian Wolf. It means you are responsible for why the gaze is gone."
What do you mean by that?
I sort of lets go of your arm. "The Guardian Wolf believes you are worthy of redemption. I had suspicions why his eyes are absent in our hunts. It's because he is focusing all of his attention on you."
There's, I'm imagining this a very cinematic moment where even though it's like the day, like we're in a dark tent, or the structure, there's like one candle we're both hovering over. Janna's like sweating, her eyes big, like, oh my god. Yeah. She's just thinking this over. She doesn't respond. Janna's just listening.
Yeah, as she sort of walks over to this like very large, it looks like a dire wolf, like stuffed, just sort of almost put up on an altar, and it's like painted or dyed like black and white in this sort of like form, like some amalgamation of what Aslor they think looks like. But you're looking at it, like you've seen the whole thing in your dreams. Like it's not a bad representation, to be honest. The black and white streaks all over it, as she sort of just kneels down and almost looks like she's praying. And as she's doing that, you can see she's almost like steaming, like the sweat off of her is like evaporating at a rapid pace, that she's just condensating like mad, as she sort of just stands up. As she looks to your tattoo, and like you look at your tattoo, it is slightly glowing. Not much, but it is very much slightly glowing. And she sort of just goes, "That's correct."
What does this mean, though?
With your return.
Why? Go ahead, sorry.
You'll be given a chance to be able to return to the village as one of us, not as an exile, as is the will of the Guardian Wolf.
How do I get us, like, I've been given a second chance, but what do I need to do to show that?
There is a young hunter, a halfling, named Lethwa. She has yet to hunt anything bigger than small game. You will be responsible for guiding her.
I can definitely do that.
Yeah, and as you're given that description of the job, you have slight flashbacks of the last time you're given direction over a young hunter, which ended in you eating her.
Can I interject here? But now, as a seasoned person who has fought many bigger things and has more experience, I feel as if I'm up to the task this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Even if it's making me worried.
Yeah, it's like the pangs of just like almost doubt a little bit begin to just fade away as you have seen the worst things now. You've been through a lot, and maybe at one point before in the past this may have worried you, but this time you feel like you can handle it this time.
The for the specifics of this, just I don't know if you've thought about this either, Simon. So this is I'm assuming the young hunter has to be the one to make the kill in the end. I'm just there to make sure that if things get out of hand, the young hunter wouldn't die.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, you are there to provide advice and guidance and just like how to teach her to do stuff, but she needs to be responsible for the hunt, the whole hunt itself. From beginning to end, she needs to be the one to kill stuff. But in the same degree, if she's unable to do it herself, or like because I think this is where I got into trouble last time. Like, if she's gonna die, do I intervene? Do I kill the beast and be like, you aren't ready for this, you weren't able to do it, or do I have to let it happen? Like, if she is a hunter, cannot do it. Yeah, that one is up to you, though. Like, if you can interject if you save her life if you want to, but doing so will indicate that she has failed the hunt, which may be worse for some people. Yeah, it's a call.
Right.
That is up to you.
Okay, that's just good to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie to you. I know would probably intervene if she had to, because I'm not letting someone else die again. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and that's totally within your rights and totally has happened before. But like that has some hunters are angry at the people that has saved them because they're like, I could have handled it. Why are you saving me? Now because you interjected, I have failed the hunt.
Yeah.
So like,
okay.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Okay. Can we take a quick 5-minute break before we do? Because I'm assuming we'd immediately go into that, right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, little break. Thank you, Simon.
All right, so I'll pause here. Yeah, given the task of guiding another young hunter, this time more prepared, almost under the same circumstances as before, really. So maybe I think last time you had more people. This one is just one, a singular young hunter who's never killed anything outside of just small game, birds, rabbits. This will be her first big hunt, and you are in charge of making sure that she does not die and she is successful.
Guidance lasts 1 minute, right? After I've...
Yes, and you can spam it as long as you want. Yeah, so like you can aid her in a lot of stuff.
But it'd have to be like right before the kill for that to...
Like once she starts shooting stuff and like fighting stuff, like you can still give her advice, but you can't intervene unless you think she's about to die, and that's up to you.
Right. Okay. I'm just curious. It's not like I could, it wasn't like a 10-minute thing where it's like, oh, I can, hand on the shoulder pep talk and then go into battle, and it doesn't feel as, Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
I might not do that. I might not do that then.
Yeah, you are the experienced one and have to like however you want to help the hunt. That's up to you and her.
But you know what I do have, and no BS, I already had it prepared for whatever we were doing last time. I have enhanced ability prepared.
Ah, there you go. That could be something.
Choose one of... I'm going to read this aloud. You touch a creature and bestow upon it a magical enhancement. Choose one of the following effects. The target gains that effect until the spell ends. Bear's Endurance. The target has advantage on Constitution checks. It also gains 2d6 temporary hit points, which are lost when the spell ends. Bull's Strength. The target has advantage on Strength checks, and his or her carrying capacity doubles. Cat's Grace. The target has advantage on Dexterity checks. It also doesn't take damage from falling 20 feet or less if it isn't incapacitated. Eagle's Splendor. The target has advantage on Charisma checks. Fox Cunning, the target has advantage on intelligence checks. Owl's Wisdom, the target has advantage on wisdom checks. And I can cast it at a higher level. You can target... when you cast a spell using a spell slot 3rd level or higher, you can target 1 additional creature for each slot level above 2nd. So it'd just be including more people, not enhancing the ability.
Correct. Yep. So like you can.
So probably for this, the Bear's Endurance would be good for hunting, right?
The strength one.
Bear's Endurance or
Constitution.
Strength.
The Constitution or Strength.
Okay.
Hold on.
Bear. Here, I'll click this. How do I?
I think one of them is just like you just click it and then it'll.
Oh, I have to click it. There we go.
There you go. Eagle Splendor. Oh, that's weird. Okay.
Bear's Endurance. I can't film that. Literally casting it.
2d6.
So Bear's Endurance is tempting because they get extra hit points.
Yeah, so that would make.
And Constitution, when you literally would go hunting, I guess. Do I know what this? I probably have to go talk to the hunter. Because when you use a weapon, it comes out of a strength check, right?
Strength or dexterity, depending on what you're using. So like most ranged weapons would be dexterity, most melee weapons would be strength.
Okay. The Bear's Endurance is just tempting because, again, the extra hit points.
Yeah, 2d6 temporary hit points is not bad, especially for like a level 1 hunter.
Well, I might do that one. Also, that's fitting for Janna.
Yeah, bear.
You know?
Yeah, so like you can use any tools you have at your disposal as long as she's the one to make a kill.
Okay.
All right. As you are sort of guided out by Quarry, and you find Lethwa, a young halfling. Sort of like short, raven, black hair, very fresh, not nearly as scarred up as everyone else, and she's just wearing like a very simple, just like leather and hide, just outfit that's sort of been like painted darker a little bit, just blended with the surroundings a bit more. She's already like covered in like predator style face paint, and she just has like a short bow around her shoulder and like a very small quiver of arrows.
I'm sorry. Gosh, my sheet is not helpful. I upgraded my armor, right? I had hide armor, and I think I have different armor now.
You might have studded leather.
Yes, studded leather armor. Can I, if she wants to take it, offer my old hide armor?
You would be about the same size.
Is that...
Yeah, if you want to.
Yes.
Yeah, just getting rid of everything in your inventory.
Well, I feel like this is a nice gesture, because does she have good armor on right now? Is this better than what she has?
It looks more protective. A bit more restricting, but more protective.
Okay. Well, I will offer to it if she wants to take it.
Okay. Whoops, wrong fucking...
And I'll say this has served me well for many years. But this is your hunt.
Okay. As she sort of takes it and just sort of looks at the hide and just like it's seen some wear, but it's still thick enough. Like it looks a bit cumbersome, but like it's very protective, and it has served you well. And you are about the same size ish. You may be a little bit smaller, but not gonna bother. 12, yeah, okay. All right. As she sort of just takes it.
She takes it?
Yeah, she sort of takes it and just begins stripping down in the middle of the village.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, no one cares. Yeah.
All right, taking hide armor out of my inventory. That's hers now.
Okay. Yeah, Michigan's wearing it.
That's a scary thing to remove. That's like on there forever, but also I kept getting confused with it, so I don't mind losing it.
Yeah, just now you just don't have to worry about it. Yeah, she just begins taking it on, and she begins to just like dip her hand in some like crushed berry paint and ink, and just begins to like sort of darken as well. Hi, Lethua, me.
Janna will extend her hand and be like, "I am Janna, and I am, and I'm sorry. Why am I stumbling over these words? I'm looking forward to your successful hunt today.
She sort of just smiles. Oh, we're going to be successful. As she sort of just like twangs the little string of the short bow a little bit. And she takes your hand, and your hand is now covered in ink. It's still wet.
I want to say something smart and be like, confidence, a healthy amount of confidence is good, but do not underestimate the forest. But I'll just leave it at that.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, this kid is going to be cocky.
Yeah. And she is. She sort of just smiles like, there's nothing in the forest that'll faze me. As she begins to just march into the forest, just head high, not even sneaking or anything. She's just like a kid that just bought a new gun. Like just like, this is good. This is gonna be a thing, huh?
Janna marches behind her.
Yeah, and she's just strutting straight into the forest. Like, her bow is now just drawn, and like she's not even really sneaking, or she's trying to, but it's not good.
Typically, I shouldn't give advice unless I'm asked for, right?
You can give advice as much as you want.
Yeah. I will just say, gosh, I don't want to fight with this kid. But I'll just be like I don't know how you expect to find anything when you're announcing your presence like this.
What do you mean? I'm sneaking.
You aren't sneaking. Try more like this, and then Janna will try and give her some pointers on how to like roll your foot to make less of a crunchy noise. You know, that little technique.
Yeah, make a stealth check. As a demonstration, pretty much.
Please. Yeah.
Not bad. Good enough for most animals, really. Yeah, as you sort of crouch down low, and like she doesn't do it well to begin with, because that is hell on your back doing a crouch walk. But she gets the hang of it after like a couple minutes, and like you're sort of just guiding her, making sure you hit with like the sides of the foot first, and sort of like roll onto it to make sure there's nothing like she's not stepping on anything, keeping footsteps very light. But she does get the hang of it, as she's sort of following your footsteps. Like you've been traveling for a couple minutes at this point, like close to like 20-ish minutes just by yourself, and through just idle conversation, you get a sense that she is pretty headstrong and confident, and that is a good way to get killed out here. But you are glad somewhat that she's at least receptive to taking your advice when it's like useful. Yeah, and she begins to sneak a little better. Please roll a d4 for me, just for no reason. Don't worry about it. Okay.
Womp, 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 womp. Once I feel like she's gotten, I'll give her a little bit of praise of like, that's much better. And then I will, of course, do I even need to touch her for enhance ability?
If the range is touched, then yes.
Is the range? It is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll just do that kind of, like hand on the shoulder and just be like, I'm giving you the strength of bear's endurance. Use this to guide you on your hunt today.
Okay.
Channel a bear.
All right. What does your enhance ability look like? Is it just like magic that you just touch and it sort of just makes her glow a little bit, or is it like wacky?
What? I guess I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah. As
how about like when she, because I'm doing bear's endurance. So how about for like the contact that we have of Janna's hand on her shoulder? She almost feels like in that spot right there on her shoulder where Janna's touching her, it's almost as if her skin turned to bear fur. I don't think you would. You might be able to see it a little bit, but as soon as Janna's hand is removed, it's like as if it never was there.
All right. Yeah. So as you touch the hand, and like in the perfect handprint on her shoulder is like this, almost like reverting back to some primal state of living, fur begins to erupt from the pores of the skin, but then once you remove the hand, it just begins to sink back under the flesh. The primal nature of the world around you is now within. Okay. Make a perception check for me. Okay. Good enough. You hear stomping. Something heavy just crushing undergrowth beneath. It's not extremely loud to the point of being alarming, but those hefty steps step hard against the ground, and they are coming closer. You're trying to pin down the source of the sound, and it's not like it's trying to hide. It's very easy to spot. You see a glimmer in the distance, this metal reflecting into your eyes just from the sun bouncing off of it. Looks like an armor-clad bull. It begins to just stomp into view. A large, large bull, but it's not just armored. It is covered head to toe. Every surface of the skin is just entirely clad in this metal plating. The plane looks like it's seen some wear, like some damage, several scratches and burns. Some of it fire, some of it acid, just permanently etched into it. The joints, where they all lock together, are beginning to rust with like this orange patina, and a faint squeaking can be heard with every movement. You see these noxious-looking green vapors escaping from its metallic nose with every breath. As you both of you duck behind like a bush just to keep cover, you see Lethwa just smiling, like, that will make a good prize.
I will just kind of nod and be like, if this is what you were choosing, I will support you.
Make a nature check.
What weapon does she have?
A short bow.
This is a heavily armored animal?
Yes. It is covered head to toe entirely in armor. This would be an advantage. I forgot about that because it is a monstrosity. Looking at the monster, you're familiar with what this is. They're not extremely common, but this is you would call a gorgon. And strangely, they are entirely natural creatures. With the armor plating is natural, and they have a whole life cycle and everything. You know that gorgons are dangerous even for seasoned hunters. Under the armor is very, very oily flesh, but it's all covered in armored plates. It's not super resilient. It is weak iron, but it's hard enough to deflect most attacks. The green gas, however, is what's most dangerous. It's known for petrifying living creatures, which is why they're so dangerous to hunt. Like a single mistake will turn you into a stone statue or slow you down long enough for it to just crush you. They are valuable kills. They are very, very valuable kills. Their organs and flesh can be turned into potions, concoctions, or ointments that can resist or reverse petrification. You might be able to bring it down yourself if you manage to avoid the gas, though an inexperienced hunter may have difficulty.
Okay, I kind of take back, I didn't know that, so I'll kind of take back what I just said. I will convey what I know that to, what is her name?
Lethwa.
Lethwa. Let me write that down. It's the wrong drawer. Sorry, 1 second. So I'll tell Lethwa, this is your hunt, so you pick, but if I was in your shoes, I would pick a different prey, and I'll tell her everything that I know, including like you have to be very, very accurate, and this is the risks are high should you fail.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes!
Yeah. Like, she looked very excited to just shoot this thing, but once you begin to tell her, like, all the stuff you know about it, and, like, how, like, arrows are usually not the way to kill these things. It is usually, like, cunning and traps, because you do not want to get close enough for this thing to breathe on you. So it's like, you can dig pits, you can make traps, you can make, like, log traps to trap it and stuff like that. Like, you can do all these sort of things, but that requires preparation, and you do not have that. And once you like give the outline of like, is this what you want, she sort of just like sighs heavily and just waits, putting down the arrow and just releasing the tension in the bow as you just wait for the gorgon. It's there. looking around for a little bit, and it just moves on.
Yeah.
The stomping.
I tell her
faint.
Part of the hunt is waiting for their right to prey.
Okay, so what's the right prey?
You will know when you see it, and that was not it. The right prey will speak to you. And we'll just kind of just keep quietly stealthing around to different area to see if we can find something new.
Okay. Make a nature or perception check. Your choice.
Oh, they're about the same. I'll do nature because that's more fun.
Okay. Nice. You spot something. Trails, or specifically trails underground, but you can see bumps coming up, sort of rising up, just pushing up the dirt in small little hills. You know what these are caused by. These are caused by kruthiks. These sort of, like almost like a cross between like ants and lizards. Like they're insectoid. They have chitin. They have like pincers and stuff, but they're more reptile looking. Let me just pull up a picture of it because it's probably easier to visually see it than for me to explain it. I'll just put it up on the map. Like they're insectoid, but they have flesh, and they are not hard to kill in singularity. They unfortunately do have nests. They have hives. And where there's one kruthic, there is probably dozens, possibly hundreds more, and they make nests in your hot areas. You know where you are currently after like an hour of hunting, tracking, and just trying to find something. There's a hot spring in the forest of faces nearby where you've been there a couple times just to bathe. It's a nice place. If there's a kruthic nest anywhere, that may be it. And the trails are leading towards that direction.
I will tell Luthwa what I know about this creature, and then also give advice of that thing about the nest. I'd be like, if you do not, you should try and lure this out from its nest, from this area, where you could attract the attention of more.
Okay.
I think that's good advice, right? I'm pretty sure that's good advice.
That's very good advice. That is, if you were killing a single kruthic, that is how you would do it, honestly.
Yeah.
Is luring one out. A single kruthic is not hard to kill, especially if it's young. Like a single good shot in a vulnerable area would kill it. So that's fantastic advice. I didn't have to tell you that. Okay, so what do they eat? Meat, I'm assuming. Things eat a lot of meat in this forest.
What's the question?
What do they eat to lure them out? I can have something.
Do I know that? Can I tell her?
Eat most things. They do hunt.
Right.
But they'll eat like trees, the berries.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you could leave like a berry trail. You could any small game that you might have or could easily get.
Yeah, and she pulls out like a half-eaten like rabbit leg.
Perfect.
Okay.
You should break that into chunks and kind of lead it away from where it is.
Okay. I mean, I liked this rabbit, but okay. I seized it myself. As you begin to follow the trail, and you do find the hot spring. It is not a huge hot spring, but it's warm enough. It is water, it is warm, it is nice, it is minerally smelling. And there's also a big, like 8-foot wide hole just in the center, well, not in the center of it, like nearby. You're looking at it from a distance. You're not getting too close, and you don't see any activity currently. Should I go now?
Wait, re-explain it to me, sorry.
You find the hot spring. You're following it the trail for a couple minutes, and there is a 8-foot wide hole just nearby, like just off the center of the...
Okay, so that's the nest.
Probably the nest.
We don't want the nest. Okay. Don't go in now. We need to lure it away from this area. Okay. Maybe try moving to where the food is. Like, I'm assuming we put it off a little bit of ways away and make some noises to draw its attention over there. And then you'll move away from it and go into hiding.
Okay. as she begins to move and she begins to sort of make a rabbit trail, if you will, of just rabbit like she's tearing off pieces. You can see the greasy fingers just pulling off meat, skin, and just like making a small little trail into like probably like 100 feet away from the nest itself.
That's a good amount, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Kruthix are not very big if they're young. Like they're about the size of like a Rottweiler. So like
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a perfect That's perfectly a good amount for a small Kruthix. As she begins to just look at you and she sort of mouths like make some noise.
Do I know what like the call they make? Like, is there like a mating call?
Not a mating call. There is an alarm call that you're familiar with. It's sort of like rapid tapping against stone. Like you don't like Kruthix are not super known. Well, they are, but like they're not like there's no extensive study into it. But like there's theories that they have their own language in like sound. So it's like rapid tapping is considered the alarm call, which may draw out one. It also may draw out.
Could draw out more.
Yeah.
I wouldn't advise to do that then, just in case there's more in the area. I would say, yeah, just try and make some small game animal noises.
Okay. Yeah, she'll attempt to do that. Wow, she rolled high.
Can I give her guidance? Oh, that's fine. I will give her guidance on that, knowing that it's gonna take off the ability. But I think enough time had passed that I'd worn off anyway.
It was on the verge of wearing off. Yeah, like it's a bit. Yeah, the enhanced ability would have been very useful if that Gorgon would have attacked. Makes Constitution saving throws against petrification, but it's a good call. Yeah, you give guidance. She rolls a d4. She rolls pretty high. That's 3. Oh god. She makes a perfect, like somehow a perfect like bird call. Like you are familiar with species of birds around here, and like that is, if you weren't looking at her doing it, that'd just you'd be like, oh, there's this type of bird here, straight up. When she does that, she begins to just dart to where your position is, just a ways within eye shot of the rabbits, as you see this very insect-like creature, with these very spiky limbs.
Can I pause you for a second, Simon? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So as soon as she comes over to me, because then we got that out of the way, because I'm assuming she's going to use her bow and arrow.
Yes.
That comes out of, is that out of dexterity?
Yes.
Or strength?
That is dex.
I'm going to give her, I'll reuse enhance ability and then give her, what's the one for dexterity then?
Cat's Grace.
Cat's Grace. So same thing, hand on the shoulder, but now it's cat fur. And then she has Cat's Grace for this one.
Yeah, as you can see, like even her eyes are becoming, unbeknownst to her eyes are becoming like more feline-like too. As the fur comes out, there's almost like tabby cat-looking fur and just begins to sink back in. A Kruthix, this vicious-looking animal, about the size of a large dog. Like 6 legs, very insectoid, and it has like this blue purple shell across it, very spiky, but it has like this pink lizard like flesh, and it begins to just crawl out and begins to just peer one black beady eye outwards. You see it sort of like testing the waters almost, like it sticks its head out and begins to just sort of almost sniff as it begins to find the rabbit trail, the piece of rabbit meat, as it's sort of eating all of it. And it is following the trail slowly, but it is following the trail, eating one piece at a time, and just chewing on it, slowly digesting, looking around, smelling, finding the next piece, and over the next minute, 2 minutes or so, the silence is palpable as Lethua is now, she looks visibly nervous as the Kruthix is now slowly being led to where her trap is.
I will just very, very quietly whisper to Lethua, wait for your perfect moment, and then take one clean shot.
Yeah, and it's good you said that, because it looks like she was about to, like, not panic, but, like, almost nervously shoot, like, way before, like, it was going to be in range. So once you see that, she releases attention of the bow and just begins to wait again, just paying very close attention. And over the next 30 seconds or so, the Kruthik begins to find its way into the exact spot where the rest of the rabbit leg has been left. And she sort of looks towards you, Janna, sort of like asks for permission, basically, with her eyes.
Do I feel like it's in a good position?
It's probably as good a position as it could be for a beginner, yeah.
I will just give a nod.
Okay.
And I motion like to breathe, like whatever that thing is with archery, you have to like breathe out when you shoot or whatever.
Right. Yeah, and like you give her the tips of like, breathing techniques, releasing on the exhale, all that stuff, as making sure that she times the shot. Slow movement, slow draw, using all the muscles, everything you've learned about archery. She releases a single arrow, silent as night, especially, it looks like she's shaky, but you can almost see like fur begin to just grow on the shoulder where you patted her as this aim begins to steady, and a single arrow pierces through the bush and silently just hits the throat of a Kruthik as it just falls dead immediately. She rolled very badly and then very good because of Cat's Grace.
Oh my god, I'm so glad I did that then.
She rolled a 3 followed by 17.
Oh my god. Wait, what did Cat's Grace even do? Advantage.
Advantage, yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna just motion. I'll do a silent cheer, but then, I'm kind of motioning like don't make too much noise, and then we will go and confirm the kill.
Yeah, as you, both of you just make stealth checks. I see both of you as there's 2 players here. Oh, she has advantage because of Cat's Grace.
Yeah.
Thank God. Okay.
I still have to land it though.
Yeah. You're good. You have high. I know you're fine.
I'm good.
Even with advantage, you still rolled better than her. But you're both fine as you slowly walk up and you see the Kruthik is not fully dead, but it is certainly immobilized. You can see it sort of like twitching a little bit and like trying to move, but it just can't. There's an arrow sticking out of its throat, and it is losing a lot of blood very quickly, and it cannot move. But it is certainly down.
I'll just say to her, finish the job.
Okay. She takes out a bone knife as she just finds a spot in between the plating in the chitin and just slips the knife into it. You see the warm, almost ichor-like blood begin to just pour out as the Kruthik stops moving entirely. The tongue sort of lolling out, the sharp teeth.
I'll just say congratulations, you are a hunter now.
She's sort of just smiling the entire time. She sort of begins to get a rope and start tying up the legs for easy carry. Thanks. That's no, you helped. All me, but you helped.
Yeah. Congratulations. And then we just knowing this in this forest, we should head back pretty fast.
Yeah.
We don't want to run into anything else.
Yeah, you're looking at the nest and like, you see a couple of other heads peek out. And like they haven't noticed you yet, but you sort of ties it up, hauls it over the back, and you begin to march back to the village. It's only an hour away. You didn't go away like too far, but like on the way there.
I know. Yeah.
She sort of like on the way there, she sort of just asks. So you just walked in with a bunch of a new person, animals. Everyone's kind of looking at you weird. Why?
I will be very honest with her, and I will tell her what happened. I'll only tell her like what she asked for, but I'll tell her like, the last time I did this mission, what happened, why I was outcast, and I will show her the mark I had on my wrist, and I'd be like, I was given a second chance, and I'm glad to have guided you and have this been successful.
So this was just try number 2. Okay. Well, you did your job, I think. You helped. I mean, all talent here, and she sort of like uses her thumbs to point towards herself. All smiles.
I'll just ruffle her hair and be like, "Sure, kid."
And as you're walking back out of the corner eye, you just see black, white streaks. Past the trees, you look gone, and it's just throughout, almost following you, as you feel your steps are a little lighter, your steps are softer, quieter, your instincts are more honed.
I have Azlor's eyes on me right now.
Feels like it. You haven't felt that in a long time. A long, long time. If ever, really.
I'm gonna ask Luthwa, do you feel that?
Feel what?
The eyes?
She sort of focuses in a little bit. Maybe. I mean, what's it supposed to feel like?
I'll describe it to her.
Yeah, you describe the feeling of just being in tune with the environment around you, just everything feeling quicker, snappier. As she begins to sort of just, even with the crew, like just over her shoulder, begins to just run as she moves, even with Cat's Grace, with weird deftness, more than she's felt more than you've seen before, with more confidence, more just gusto. As she just looks back. I mean, I feel a little faster.
I'll just not allowed to say. I'll just be like, I think you did good today, kid. I think we both did good.
Well, I'll say you are forgiven for your deeds, despite whatever the village thinks you've done.
Thank you.
Yeah, and on the way there, eventually the black-white streaks fade as the imagery of your home village comes back, with halfling and gnome in tow, with a Kruthik lugged over the shoulder. The villager pauses as you sort of walk in. Most of them still are not happy. Most of them are still just looking at you. But Corey and your mother and Hannah, your sister, are still there. You see, both of them just have the only people that are smiling are them, pretty much. Even Corey is still just sitting there stone-faced, as she is mostly.
I'll just, when we arrive back, I will raise Luthwa's hand up, and hopefully Luthwa is raising up her kill in the other hand, and I'll be like, the village has a new hunter.
Yeah, and then you haven't really, felt at home since you've gone here, except for maybe with your mother and sister are, but once you do that, there's a 3-second awkward pause before you hear cheers. You hear just whoops and hollers, and you see a lot of people crowding around Lethua, who's now being carried out like luggage along with the kill as they're beginning to begin the process of just skinning it. And for the first time in a long while, you see a lot of the gazes soften towards you. Not fully. Some of them are still very stern and stoic, but some of them are a little more gentle. Corey is still just at a distance. Sort of just nods a little bit, still stone-faced, and just walks back into her hut.
Can I follow her? Or I guess I just want to exchange a thing of I felt the eyes of Azlor on our way back, and it seemed as if Luthwa did as well. I think the gaze has returned to the village.
As you enter, as she sort of sat like crisscross applesauce next to a fire inside, she sort of looks towards the effigy of Azlor she has. The gaze has indeed returned.
Thank you for the opportunity to redeem myself.
Do not thank me. Thank the guardian wolf. I do not know why the wolf has seen fit to, and she sort of stands up, looming over you, seen fit to give you a second chance, considering your crime. But it is not my judgment to make. If you are to be its champion. And so be it. From here on, you may return as a hunter of Subi.
Thank you. But for now, I will not be staying long, as I have to continue my journey as it is.
Perhaps that is why the wolf has chosen you. You are not bound by the forest. You stalk other places to hunt, new prey to bring under your claw. Go. Find new prey.
Can I? Oh, I'm gonna be such a bitch right now. I'm gonna get her equipped. I'm gonna be like, I think the lesson I've learned the most is that while hunting is important, the balance between hunting and being a part of nature is just as great. And then Janna's gonna turn into a bear and then leave.
Yeah, you return to a bear and leave as you don't even do you look at her expression as you're leaving, or do you just full about face and leave?
I would love to see it, but I think it's cooler if I don't look, you know?
As you just turn to a bear and leave, as there's now a bear walking around the village. Is Giorgio out?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, we're just strolling as bears. People have seen Giorgio before, though, right? Like, he's been out with me the whole time.
Yes. Yeah, they have seen Giorgio before. Yeah, as you're sort of walking around, Anduin is still there, fully in the basket at this point, as now being taught how to like cook and like process everything. Do you walk in as a bear, or are you gonna just turn back?
Is my sister there? I want to go find my sister as a bear.
She's nearby, but she's not inside the building. Are you gonna try to scare her?
Yeah. I wanna.
Make a stealth or intimidation check, your choice.
I'm gonna do stealth. Absolutely stealth. Oh, and as a bear, is it still my regular stealth?
I believe it had to be the physical stats of the bear for stealth, but you can use, if you're proficient in stealth, you can add your proficiency bonus to it.
I am not proficient in stealth, so I'll just roll a d2. I don't have the bear stats up. Can I? Or I guess Giorgio is more OP than a regular bear.
You just rolled for Giorgio, it's fine. No, it's still fine. It's good.
Let's roll that.
Hannah is not that perceptive. Is she? I don't know. She has a character sheet. Let me see. What's her?
It does have a character sheet.
Backup characters. She does have a character sheet, and I'll just say
she's all beef, right? I didn't put stats in like being smart.
She's level 8. She's okay with intelligence. 1 in perception. Okay.
Remember when we used to level them up? Maybe I just fell off that train, but for a while we were also leveling up our side characters at the same time. And that goes to show it's been 10 levels since.
Yeah, no one's been doing it. I haven't been asking you guys to do it because it'll just be like, if you guys need to use a character,
you'll do
it.
Yeah.
Okay. She does not notice.
Then I'm just gonna sneak up right behind her and then just let out a big bear roar, like right behind her head.
Yeah, it's let out a big bear roar. You didn't attract a lot of attention otherwise, but like you just let out a big bear roar. She jumps and startles. She was in the process of like chopping up the basilisk meat into like small little bits, and she just gives a big old yell and grabs her axe and takes a swing at you.
Janna will just turn back into Janna and just be like laughing hysterically.
Yeah, she takes a full swing at you, but once you go from bear to small, it goes over your head, whipping you entirely as you're just giggling, laughing, full belly laugh. She sort of just grumbles a little bit. When'd you learn how to turn into a bear? How'd you turn to a bear?
The things, not everything I said in the tent, anything I said in the tent was real. Nothing was made up. A lot has happened.
She sort of looks out towards the forest, is like, maybe I should leave. Turn into a bear. I'll turn into a hydra, a dragon.
I would like to see that, sister. I think that would be good for you.
I'm gonna pay
And I'll just give her a hug. I like that Janna's almost turned over a new leaf. Ooh, how fitting for the ranger, and druid. But I like that Hannah is like resistant to it.
Yeah, as like you are basically at her like upper thigh as you give her a hug, and like she's like trying to like shake you off like a dog. You are a strong gnome. You are hanging on.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I'll let her go eventually, but I'll just be like, it's good to see you again, Hannah.
I guess it's good to see you too, even if you are a bitch.
Takes one to know one, and then I go find Ansman.
Yeah,
that was a good two for bear moment.
It was. Yeah, you find Antoine, and yeah, she's in the midst of cooking, and like she's like learning like the culinary secrets, which is like salts and herbs. It's not that special, but
I bet these are like different herbs than she'd be used to.
Yeah, they are, and like that's what she's learning is just like the different herbs. Like she's not, there's no like special cooking method, but like she's learning the herbs, and yeah, and your mother and Antoine just have a conversation inside. As you approach, your mother sort of goes, "So I trust the hunt went successfully this time."
It did. What's the chief's name again?
Kuori.
I'm sorry, Corey. Kuori has given me permission to the village again. Although I won't be staying long still, as for reasons I've told you. I must continue on. But it's nice to know that should I need to return, I can.
Yeah.
As well as that Aslor has given me a second chance.
Your home has always been here, Janna. It's just, well, now the Guardian Wolf and Kuori will make sure everyone understands that too.
Hopefully now, what I've told you will be more heard. People will take it more seriously what I've said.
I'll make sure the rest of the girls around understand, or try to. If I can convince Kuori, the rest will follow.
I think Kuori will be amiable. Why am I talking so formal? I'm sure after today, she will listen after seeing the bite of Aslor. She understands that I'm the champion, I guess.
Will you be staying long enough for dinner?
I think we can do that. Yeah, we'll stay the night and then head out in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, as you, Anslin, your sister, and your mother are now just, for the first time in a while, really, ever since you left, you're having dinner with your family, huddled around a fire.
That's nice.
Yeah, just bowls carved out of just bone, and like the top of skulls from certain creatures is just like what you pour a basilisk stew into, just eating it with your hands and drinking out of it directly. Anslin more used to a civilized life, but like she's smiling. She's like, it's like a nice change of pace. It's like, yeah, like big city slicker goes to like a village for the first time and sees wholesome small town life. Yeah, as you stay
over dinner, can I just like tell my family about like, Riley and Chris and Zero and all the people we've met along, just talking more in detail about the journey and whatnot.
Yeah, over dinner, describing your adventures really, and like they utterly fascinate your mother and sister as like they haven't left the forest ever, really. You're not the only person that's seen the outside world, but like very few people have, especially living. Like the older generation do not want to leave, and the younger ones are still too young to really consider it. You're like that perfect Goldilocks zone where you can leave and come back and still see all the rest of the world, and you're just regaling the stories of just other people, other races. And like they know a lot of the races because there's just random chance of what they pop out.
Yeah.
Monster here, but like just like they don't know any of the cultures around them either. You're just describing the outside world. They are they are enthralled by your tales. Like, uncharacteristic of your mother, of like hearing anything about the outside world, but like, she always thought it was just kind of like almost like propaganda, and she didn't really pay much attention to it. But like, coming from her own daughter, these stories now have a lot more weight behind them. Yeah, as you all sleep on just hide mats covered in, like, softened with leaves, you rustle as the morning comes after a nice basilisk stew feast between just the small of you. Small number of you.
Before we go to bed, can I tell Antoine, good soup?
I mean, it was mostly your mom, but I helped. I chopped the meat a little bit. Tried to. Deboning basilisks are a lot harder than I thought.
You did great.
I did okay.
I still can't carve up a basilisk, so you did better than me.
I mean, I had a good teacher, good mentor. Is it normal for, like, the fingers to get stiff handling a basilisk?
Oh, yeah. There's an antidote for that too. I'm assuming. I'm making this up. I'm assuming there's something for that.
Probably. Like, it's few and far between, but like, it'll just go away on its own eventually.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I might just be there for a day or two though.
Right.
But I'll come back with time.
Okay. Because I'd like to be able to grab things still.
Do I have would a healing spell help?
Possibly. Not there's not many casters in your village. You may be like one of two. Yeah, you can try.
Mending wouldn't be it, right? That's like breaking.
Yeah, like objects and stuff.
Cure wounds is not prepared. Would like healing spirit? Oh.
Yeah, you just have like a whale just show up. In the thing, just start healing everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you cast.
Oh yeah, I'll make sure that like people see it too. You know, like. Yeah. Janna's putting on a bit of a show.
Yeah, you're showing off to the rest of the fucking. You may be the most powerful person in the village at this point.
Fuck with me.
Yeah, as you pull out the healing spirit, this floating whale, as Anduin is now kind of the center of attention for everybody, and it's just like in the middle of it, just being healed. The fingers do unstiffen, and like just like any blemishes or like cuts she's had, just like handling the basilisk, being like any scrapes, like also go away. As
nice.
Yeah, people are just watching. It's like a show.
I'll give out a call too. If anyone else has any ailments, any cuts that you would like healed, anything of the sort, you can step into the whale and receive healing.
Yeah, and like some of them just immediately go away at that offer. Just like maybe it's pride, maybe it's just they still don't like you, but some of them just go like, oh yeah, I cut my hand. They just stick their hand in like a fountain, you know, and they just heal up.
Yay. Right, I'm not trying to be super showboat. Like, I want, because, yeah, I'm balancing that act of, like, I understand these people still might not like me, and I want to show off how cool I've gotten since I've left. But also, I don't want to come across, as, like, I still want to be a little bit, like, nice and humble and as much as I can.
All right. And, yeah, and, like, it feels like some of them have like not forgotten, but like they're willing to move on.
Right.
As like, yeah, like some of them are just like striking up conversation with you now. Like before they would straight up avoid you and at all costs. But now they're just like, yeah, there's Janna's now one of us again. Not a huge village. Word spreads quickly, and it's only been a couple of hours since Core really put out the word.
Do I still have the mark from Aslor?
You don't, weirdly enough. Like, the bite mark is still there, and like you try to summon the knife and it's still there, but like the tattoo itself is gone, weirdly enough. You
all right.
Look, as you're sort of going to bed, you put down your bow. There's a new mark on your bow, near the tip of one of the limbs is like this rising wolf. At the very top of the bow is the image of the moon, but there's your rising wolf that spirals around the bow, and it sort of opens up and looks like it's about to consume the moon. These wolf jaws. There's some tickling in the back of your mind. It's like maybe that's where the tattoo went. You have your favorite thing. You now have a new feature to remember.
Ooh.
It's simpler. A new resolute bond thing.
Cool.
Which I've already added.
Is it in my?
Did
you add it, or you will add it?
I've already added it. It's in your handout already.
Okay. And that is under resolute bond.
In the handouts, yep.
Redemption bond. Endless hunt. I'm sorry, I'm just reading this aloud. Yep. You have redeemed yourself for your past deeds. Your bond with Azlor is mended. So long as this bond remains, Azlor will lend you his power. As a bonus action, you can make resolute bond its shape into another weapon that you are proficient with. Oh, hell yeah. This change lasts until you use another bonus action to change it back into its original form or change it into another weapon. I love that because there's so many times where I'm like, I need to switch between a range weapon and a melee weapon, but I don't want to take an action to do it.
Yep.
In addition, you gain proficiency in the intimidation skill. Oh, sick. You gain advantage on intimidation checks against beasts and your favored enemies. So do I go check mark intimidation now?
Yep.
Sicko.
There's a couple. Thanks for reading that out loud. There's a couple typos there.
Oh.
I mean, like it's it's just grammatical stuff. But like I just didn't notice it till just now.
Boom. Check mark intimidation.
Yeah. So now you can. It still gains the +2 bonuses and everything. Like you still use the other features of it. It's different form.
Cool.
Yeah, you can't shoot.
Thank you. That's cool. I like that a lot. Thank you, Simon.
I try to keep it simple because I have noticed you have been using like a quarterstaff more than like the bow sometimes. So I was like, let you use either or, you know?
Yeah.
So no, just any weapon you're proficient in.
I still love my bow, but there's just times when you can't be at range.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have the option and switch between it because it happens fast.
Yeah. So yeah, bonus action, you can switch it to a different weapon. Still get you get the damage die of the weapon, but you still get like a +2 to everything. You can still use other features with it. You can't shoot arrows technically, but unless it's like part of the weapon itself, like you can still shoot magical fire arrows from a quarterstaff if you want to, but you can't shoot real arrows. If that makes sense.
Oh, that's cool. I wouldn't have thought of that.
Yeah.
So I can't as long as it's magic is the thing.
Yeah, I mean, you still do all that stuff. So like, what's the thing with?
I could still do conjure barrage.
I think
that feels crazy.
Yeah, you
I mean, that's magic based.
It's magic. Yeah, it's totally fine. And like, you can still shoot golden coins if you want to. We haven't used it yet. Yeah, the what's it called? Fuck, what's his name again? Orville's thing. You can still shoot golden arrows. Yeah.
Wait, where is that?
Commerce bond, friendship bond, or commerce, ruthless commerce.
Oh my god, there's so many things on this bow now. Sorry, this is just I always read them, I'm like, that's cool, and then...
Forget it's there because there's so much of it, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I'll need to start simplifying some stuff, but yeah.
I also just need to do some better studying.
Yeah, you can shoot a very powerful gold arrow that costs real money. Real money. It costs 5.
And then I deal more damage.
Yes.
Oh, that was it's pretty cool. I have so many friends. Wow.
You do. Yeah, and like while you're not the chosen of Azlor, you have made a friend with
I have his grace, yeah.
Yeah, his grace. His power is being channeled through another god, which is funny.
I like to think we're friends, even if Azlor doesn't think we're friends.
Yeah. I specifically said your bond isn't resolute; it's just mended. Like you can absolutely break it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you will, but like it's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. So, the morning comes, the sun rises. Not that you can really see it that well in the village. What do you do? Where are you going? Any final acts to do whilst in the village?
I think that's it. I'll just say bye to my mom and sister. But I would like to make a grand exit, of course. So whenever it's time to go, I would like to do that thing we definitely discussed where I'm going to throw the ball up in the air. My hat is backwards. Polaris pops up, and then we get in and go away.
Right, yeah, the servo motor activates as it rotates the hat 180 degrees. As you throw the ball in the air, say your goodbyes to your mother and your sister as Polaris just appears, still hovering, flapping, blowing apart a lot of the loose debris around the place. Like some of the pelts on the houses just fall off from the sheer pressure of the wind as you sort of climb up to the house in Polaris as you begin to just take off.
What does my sister's face look like after I did that?
She looks like, you've known your sister long enough. She looks like she's trying to formulate a plan to how to one up you. Like she is trying to find a way to what is more impressive than a dragon? You know, it's like, God? Do I need to kill God?
Okay, nothing. I'm gonna go kill. I've killed God. I think I've killed the God. I don't know what I've done.
You're probably on your way to kill the God. Yeah.
Yeah.
But where are you going now?
I think now I would like to tackle the mammoth orb thing. Get that out of the way.
Okay.
Oh, can I actually triple I'd like to buy 4 more of those cold resistance potions.
Okay, another 1,000 gold from there.
Because I want some for Answin. Didn't think about that.
Right. Yeah, so it'll take the edge off for about an hour each. So 4 hours, that's about a little under a day's travel. But...
back down to 4 digits for money.
Hell yeah. This is... you're still loaded in terms of, like, everyone else.
I know. I know. Well, for a long time, I still have my PP money, too. That's a lot.
Oh, you're platinum. You still have platinum.
Yeah. Because I feel like for a while, I was just waiting. Because I feel like I was saving up for a while. And now I'm like... got too rich.
Right. Yeah, like, yeah. I don't know how much you spend the money, but like you have a lot of money. Well, you did, but
yeah,
potions are useful.
To be fair, like people like Zero selfishly use their money to help an entire village. You know.
Is that selfish or selfless?
Selfless. Sorry, not selfish.
Okay.
Yeah, what a jerk that Zero is.
What a jerk, like feeding the poor and hungry.
And that bastard Riley for giving Zero a loan to do it.
How dare Zero try to feed a village? Be like the rest of us and like spend it on like a nice hotel room.
Yeah. Okay, see that's why I don't feel bad for Chris, because sometimes he does just spend it on stuff he doesn't need to for no reason.
Sometimes. Wizards do have it tough sometimes, but like, yeah, sometimes. I think he's bought a lot of bombs, I think, or a couple of bombs.
Yeah. No, he doesn't need to, yeah.
But flying.
Hold on, oh wait, no. I'm sorry, can I make will you allow me to make a very fast meme?
Sure.
I'm so sorry. This is going to be very, very fast to do. I'm sorry. This is awful for a recording. If you need to take a little break, this will literally take me like 3 minutes, not even.
Okay. I will.
But if you got to do something,
I'll take the opportunity to go to the bathroom real quick. Actually.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'll pause the recording for now. Okay. So it does take you a couple weeks to travel north. How are you going to...
Sorry, can I send a message to the group chat?
You may.
I'd like to send a message. Well, no, I won't. I'm sorry. I guess, oh, wait. I'll probably just update people on the mammoth thing. But I'll just send a message being like, heading into, what's the north area called?
Thane.
Thayan. If you don't hear back from me in a month, that's why.
Okay. All right. Are you sending it, or are you gonna hold off on that for now?
I'll send that.
Okay.
Because if I die, I want people to know where I was.
Okay. I'll just send that to new text to everybody. Okay. And if they respond, I'll let you know.
Okay.
You're heading into Thane, trying to find the mammoth thing, this orb, this strange granite orb that you found underground with like blue and white veins running through it like frost, extremely cold to the touch for everyone else except you. I believe you use the orb to focus in on it, correct? Like using primeval awareness. Yeah. Are you gonna go on foot at some point, or are you gonna keep on the dragon until you find something that goes like straight down?
I think stay on the dragon until like I feel like I'm closer. So I hope like I guess it's trial and error. Like I don't really know what I'm doing, but I don't want to go down unless I feel like I have to.
Okay.
Because this kind of gives me a general sense of where I should head, right?
Yes.
When I hold it.
Yeah, it's like a compass, where it's like it gives you a direction, like a facing, but like it's not like a coordinate or anything.
Right. So yeah, I guess I'll just follow that for a while.
Okay. Just following it, focusing in on the orb. Like it just every time you do it, it feels cold, but it feels like it's that coldness is almost more poignant in a certain direction, as it's sort of pulling you towards a direction every so often. And as you get to about this location in this field of broken glass, looking at the map, or a copy of the map that the ship captain gave you one time of Thane, at some point the entire area is already just kind of stormy and shit all the time. Put some weather. There you go. It's already just bad most days. Around here, where it's a lot of fields seemingly just down below you, it looks even worse. Like you can't even see the bottom of the ground, even if you're flying fairly low down, which you're not, but still. And as you're following it, it is giving you directions, pointing you northeast, northwest-ish or so, every so often, and you're just following it. Eventually, it just points straight down below you.
Then I will land when that happens.
Okay.
Like nearby.
All right.
Well, I guess without knowing literally what's below it, but like I'll make that judgment call as close as I can land to where it is.
Right. As you're flying above this location, you land. You do find solid ground. Well, solid is figurative. It's mostly powdered snow, and as you land around here, the snow you've already trekked before was pretty bad. Here, a lot of it is powdered snow. You're already like sinking in, and all you can just see these. It's almost like this wasteland of just ice. You see blasted icicles, just almost horizontal, just from the even more violent winds here. Have just grown to immense size, and you get where the name Broken Glass of the name came from. There's a lot of ice shards just flying about. Some of them are pretty big, and they just almost zip by you like a bullet, and you try to just duck down. It's somehow even worse here than it was before.
I'd like to put Flumph and Error in their balls. I know we're in Polaris, but just preparing. But I think we're just kind of have to endure it. Like, this is just rough flying.
Is Antoine in the ball?
No, not yet.
All right.
Because we're still in the process of landing, right? We're still in Polaris.
You currently in You're in Polaris, but Polaris has landed. You're still in shelter, though.
So looking out. So I guess when you talk about flying glass, was that just because we were up in the air, or like I walk out and I get hit with glass?
You're looking around and like you see every so often, like there are windows in the house. You're looking outside. There's huge icicles that are just horizontal, almost like this like 5-degree angle, just growing almost out of the ground. The wind here is bad. It is worse than it's ever been, really. You can barely see in front of you, but the few things you can see are huge icicles growing horizontally just from the wind. And then every so often, a piece of ice just zips by and skims across the ground like a bullet. And that just happens every couple of times. Like every few minutes or so, you see one like fist-sized piece of glass, just not glass, ice, just fly by, skim off the ground, and like make a little crater, and then keep going like a skimming bullet.
I turn to Amswen and I go, I think I need to go out there. Would you like to stay here in Polaris, where it's warmer, until I come back?
She sort of looks out to the conditions out there, and she just goes, you know, I'm all for adventure. That seems a bit above my pay grade right now.
Understandable.
I mean, I'm pretty good at keeping Polaris company.
Yeah. I'll also give her, so I'll unleash Flumph and Air to keep her company too.
Okay.
I don't know if that's helping or hurting, honestly.
I mean, it's like a ball that's barely cognizant and like basically an alien child. It's just like, all right. Once you pop out air, the air sort of immediately just rotates quickly, like into place, like a gyroscope, and it points a direction.
Oh, this has never happened before, right?
No. Like, he's pointed in directions before, but like this is like the closest seemingly you've been.
Is he pointing to where I feel like I have to go?
It's a little ways off. Like it's seemingly roughly in this area, but like currently as of where you are right now, Error is pointing northwest. You need to go mostly just west. So like it's not that far away.
I'm gonna take Error with me then. I'm like, I don't know what's up with this, but I might investigate this as well.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so yeah, I will take Giorgio and Error, and then Flumph, Polaris, and Answin are staying here. And I'll tell Answin if anything happens, get on the comms, and I'll send you messages as well if anything happens.
Okay. Yeah, and she does have a stone. I forgot about that. A little heart, right? Yeah, I got it. If anything,
and
happens.
I'll leave her the 4 potions of cold resistance.
Right. Yeah.
Here, just in case. But those are for her.
Yeah, in case a breath happens. Okay. All right. As you give her the 4 potions, she begins to bundle up and sort of just like look out the window, still like taking in the sights just from a nice tourist view, you know, not necking it out in the woods. But you have no such inclination. You march straight out, and immediately.
Can I ask you a question, Simon?
Yes.
Sorry, just because now I'm overthinking. So if a silent breath were to come, because Polaris isn't like alive,
yes,
right?
Not
He's
really.
like an undead thing.
Technically, yes.
So like, would he like survive a silent breath? But anybody inside would still have to deal with it.
Correct. Polaris is, as a white dragon, is already immune to cold damage, so he's completely fine with silent breath. He's been hit by one before, and he wasn't affected beyond just like slowing down a little bit more. I'll think even that, but he just wasn't affected. It's everyone aboard that has to worry about it.
Okay.
Who are not naturally immune to cold.
I'm sorry. Let me. I'm gonna leave 2 Pokeballs behind for Answin. One for Flumph if a silent breath comes. And I'm assuming she can put herself in a ball, right? Is that crazy?
The purpose of this, sure.
Okay. I'm like, and if anything, this is your emergency escape hatch too. If a silent breath comes and it's too much, just go in the ball.
Okay.
I know we're kind of making these. I'm sorry, Simon. If this is too,
No, that's
yeah.
fine. This is using the items you have in a way that I did not anticipate, which I do not is not unwelcome. That's just on me. But yeah, that'll work.
Okay, then I'll leave 2 balls behind. 2 balls.
Balls. Yeah. Next campaign, Anton's gonna be like a Pokemon trainer. Bug trainer Anton.
Do you know what I would actually love? I actually haven't seen enough Dragon Ball Z, but like a Dragon Ball Z campaign.
Just Planet Namek. Everyone blows up planets for fun. You start at level 20, you just get higher.
You have 30 minutes till dinner. You can wait.
30 minutes till dinner, damn.
My cat is like acting as if she's never been fed in her life.
Don't know the concept of food. Alright, but you march out, and immediately the wind is already worse. It's already like oppressive and cold enough with the just frigid there's breezes that show up here. This is a constant howling. You can't hear anything beyond the wind. Immediately your limbs begin to just go cold, and your like face just becomes numb immediately to all sensation. Your eyes are being like cut by just these like snowflakes that just breeze by, and like it is hard to be out here already. And that's not even including the just apparently flying pieces of debris that'll just brain somebody if you're standing in the wrong spot. But you have to march out regardless, following this basketball-sized orb, focusing it.
I do have my winter clothes on, if that wasn't assumed.
Yes. Yeah, you have winter clothes on, but even with the wind, it still sucks.
Yeah.
It'll help a lot. You're not going to freeze to death. At least not with rolls. You have an advantage on any roll made to survive out here. But it's bad. You don't have the safety of the hut anymore, the Riley's Dome, or the mansion. You are out here with Giorgio, alone, and Error, just alone, with nothing but you and your wits to just continue to survive out here.
All right. I also have Air, but he's in the ball.
Yeah.
Then I will take the orb and try and follow directions now that we're on the ground, where it wants me to go.
Okay, and it's pointing you west mostly, and you're heading that direction. Make a survival check, and you do have advantage with this technically, but you're just rolling twice anyway. We'll take the higher number, whatever shows up. 24. Okay. You're marching for a while. You're following the directions, and like the directions themselves aren't seemingly accurate. Like occasionally, it almost shifts directions every so often. You're going west, then it goes mostly northwest, and then it just goes west again. Like it's seemingly almost moving, but there's a general direction you can head, and that's where you're going. And you're going for the next couple of hours, and you just go for a while, and you're just marching through snow and ice. You cannot feel your cheeks. Your eyes sting from snowflakes hitting them, and almost your mind goes numb just from the monotony of just trudging through this like spiteful land that is thin. You think you're seeing shapes in the snow. Your mind's playing tricks on you, and your eyes just wander just towards the shapes, as there really isn't anything else to pay attention to here. As you look closer, trying to determine what exactly you're looking at, there are shapes in the snow, like these darkened blotches in the horizon. The sheet white snowfall acting as the canvas from which this art is being displayed. You see the shape of a large snowflake. Despite it being sort of blotchy, it is strangely detailed in the horizon. The snowflake, its form is slowly being crushed into this puddle, and then the puddle rises into the image of a very large mammoth towering above the rest of the horizon. Another shape forms, a humanoid figure. Hard to tell what race, if there is one. The humanoid shape appears to be carving out this piece of the mammoth. When it's done, the piece it has taken seems to be a large orb or some sort of large circle. the mammoth, the image of it. Before it was this dark, solid image, but now there is this very large circular spot missing in the center of it. The moving images in the snow begins to strain your eyes as they become more blurred and just blends in with the snow, just ceasing to exist. And it's just a sheet, pale white storm again.
I don't know what to do with that. Does that look like there's any, like, where else for me to go?
After the images fade, not really. You can still follow the orb if you want to.
Can you just, before I continue, just re-describe that to me one more time? I'm sorry. I just feel like, yeah.
Yeah, you see.
I'm thinking.
You see the image, weird, like dark images, like shadows in the distance, like sort of like.
Oh, this isn't in front of me. This is like up ahead, quote unquote.
Yeah, it is very far in the distance. Like if you're looking out at a snowstorm and it's just white, you're seeing shapes in the snowstorm, and they're moving.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, I think I just missed that part. So yeah, I will follow the orb because I'm assuming it's leading me over there.
Roughly.
Okay.
Just following the orb. The hours go by. You are short enough that you are taking cover in the trenches that is the snowfall, and you're dodging a lot of the ice, and you hear them. Like someone get really close, and you hear like a whizzing, like they are bullets almost. You just hear whizzing like these. As it whips past your ear, skids off the snow, and continues. Just standing here, you're in a hail of projectiles, but you and Georgie are making trenches in the snow, as you have done. Traveling through Thane, and you managed to avoid most of it with that first survival check. But you go on for hours, and the days are already short in Thane as darkness begins to encroach. What do you do? Are you making camp or going to continue on?
I think I'm gonna. How long has it been since I've been like awake?
Roughly about like 6 to 10 hours, like a whole day.
And when do I start getting exhaustion things after like 24 hours without sleep?
I believe if you continue, like 24 hours of sleep, and if you continue marching, like forced march, you also get a level of exhaustion as well.
Oh, so if I were to continue, I would get exhaustion no matter what.
I believe so. Yes. I think there may be a roll, but in this weather, it'll probably just be exhaustion.
And you said it's getting dark?
Mm-hmm.
Have I seen anything out here? Like animals or anything?
Currently, no. You haven't seen anything other than those shapes like a few hours ago, when there was still light outside. You see large icicles growing, like the size of buildings, more or less. Some of them are small. Some of them, like, are just growing. You pick them up from the ground. But, like, other than that, it's been just white snow and these weird icicles. No creatures so far.
Also, I'm sorry. Can you give me a minute? I didn't reset my sheet after the long rest of
Oh, sure. Yeah.
The gathering thing, because I would.
Right. I think there is a long rest button you can hit, which should automatically do everything. I think.
Oh.
Yeah, I added that. It should be below, like near your resources or something.
Nice. Yeah, I got it.
There you go.
Would you call it? Can I like pick different spells? Because I should have prepared better.
Yeah.
I would have picked different spells if I knew I was heading. Like I did know, I just didn't do it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, you can pick different spells. Every long rest.
So I'm gonna 1, 2. What is daylight?
I believe you make a lot of light. Enough to simulate daylight, more or less.
That's not crazy. Okay, so I'll pick that one. Is this what I am happy with? Okay, I think I'm good on spells.
Okay.
Then yes, I will. So if I were to continue on and get exhaustion, would it be like a thing where like would I have to rest longer to make up for it, or is it just until I rest, I'll keep accumulating?
Every long rest you take, you remove 1 level of exhaustion, which I believe you get exhaustion for having a forced march, and also exhaustion if you don't sleep for like 24 hours. So like you
Okay.
can march a little bit further and then sleep, and that'll more or less negate it. But like, who knows who knows what might happen during night?
Because Giorgio's here with me.
Mhm.
I will make camp for the night.
Okay.
I think it was just Janna. I probably would have kept going, but I don't want to risk it.
Okay, and the cold is oppressive.
Yeah.
So where are you going to make shelter? You try to find a place. If you want, you can try to build a fire if you want.
Yeah, does it, like what's around me? Does look like there's any kind of like like overhanging of ice that's kind of blocking some wind?
Yeah, there's a lot of these icicles. They're all kind of growing the same direction. It seems like this wind just comes from one direction here for some reason, and you can go hide under one of these large icicles. And it
Yeah,
blocks,
I'll do
it cuts
that.
through a good amount of wind.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, do you want to build a fire?
What's above me?
Ice.
Like how many? Like how much ice?
Probably about like the icicle itself is pretty fucking huge. In its length probably totals like 30 feet. And it's sort of at a slant, so a good amount of ice.
I feel fine building a fire because I think there's so much ice. Like probably some of it will melt, but I think there's, from what you're describing, it seems like there's still a lot of structure above that it would take a lot to melt through.
Yeah, a single small fire is not going to melt through this whole thing.
Okay, then I will try to build a small fire.
Okay, make a survival check.
And worst comes to worst, I have flaming spear.
This is true. Okay. Right, as you're building a fire, you gather together what frozen sticks you can find as you use a flint tip to try to start a small little fire, and it does catch. Make a nature check. Okay. You start a small fire, and it is a relief. It's starting to slowly melt through the snow it's actually resting on, but it's small enough that it's not going to take. It'll last you the night. The smoke is rising up, and it's immediately being caught by the frigid wind and just carried off into the rest of the distance. And you're warming your hands for the next couple minutes. Then you notice the wind almost shift. Not direction, but in intensity. Out of nowhere, this huge breeze begins to just pick up and blast this icicle and the rest of the land. You can see even more of these projectile ice chunks skipping across the ground. The fire itself is beginning to flicker out. What are you doing?
Can I use flaming spear to kind of keep it alive? Is that allowed?
You can, yeah. If anything, the flaming spear is way bigger than the fire, and like it won't last too long. But
As long.
It's way more intense.
If this is like a short, okay, so like I just have to wait for this to pass kind of deal. Then hopefully that holds the line.
Yeah, you cast flaming sphere, and it is a larger heat source, and it's radiating out like a sun, and it's already beginning to sink through the ice or in the snow. But it is a welcome change as you are warming yourself up, like arms out, like you just found the second coming of Christ. The wind picks up even stronger, and it's gone way worse than it's ever been this time, and it is blowing everything away. The sphere still holds. It's magic, so it's not going to go out, but the wind is picking up the moment you cast it.
I need a long rest to avoid The sleep exhaustion?
Yes. Yeah, with that nature check, the wind subtly getting worse seems strange. Like, if it got worse like gradually, that's one thing. But out of nowhere, it just got 3 times worse.
I'm dumb. I extinguished the fire. I let flaming spear go.
Okay. You extinguish the fire. The fire itself, is now just embers. The actual fire you built goes out, just covered in snow and ice. The wind dies down. It goes back to that normal.
Yeah.
That normal breeze that you've really been experiencing the entire day.
I will try to long rest.
Okay.
I'll just bundle up, like me and Giorgio are like snuggled like a bug in a rug.
Yeah, as you just like a you are the filling of a Giorgio Twinkie, just like covered like a donut almost, and like air is in the ball, right?
Yes,
okay.
yes, sorry.
Right. And so air is not out, but like you are.
I didn't like register where he said, I'm like, the air is in the barn. I don't know what I heard. Then I realized what he said.
Yeah, my speech is slowly deteriorating as time goes on, seemingly. Yeah, but you and Giorgio managed to stay together, not warm. It is uncomfortably cold, but you do manage to find sleep. None of you are comfortable. It is still cold. It is still miserable. You want a fire, but seemingly something doesn't
I
like
know it'll be worse. Yeah. Once we have rested, I will continue forward.
Okay. Just trekking through. The icicle has thankfully not collapsed on you, but you managed to march forward, just continuing on again, following the orb, slowly making your way forward. As another couple of hours pass, and you're just going through the monotony again of trudging, dodging ice chunks, the images in the snow and the far in the distance again on the horizon appear once more. And almost like a continuation of the last series of images, you see the mammoth, you see a humanoid figure, and you also see several hunched creatures with spikes erupting from their backs. They look a little familiar. The humanoid figure stands behind the mammoth, holding aloft an orb. The orb has chains erupting out from it. Chains weave through the air and stab into the mammoth's body and limbs, almost like the strings of a puppet. They sort of pull and shift to make the mammoth crush these spiked creatures underfoot. The images begin to blur, fade back into the snow, and it's just a
Can you repeat? Can you repeat the passage again? I'm sorry.
You see a mammoth.
I'm just digesting.
A mammoth.
Yep.
Humanoid figure and several creatures with spikes erupting from their backs that look a little familiar. The humanoid figure holds an orb up aloft. Chains erupt from the orb, and they stab into the mammoth's body and limbs. Chains pull and shift to make the mammoth crush these spiked creatures underfoot.
So the humanoid with the orb is controlling the mammoth with chains to smash the spiked creatures?
From the imagery you've seen, seemingly.
Okay. I'm just making sure I'm understanding. Okay, got it. Continue on.
Yep, no, that's pretty much it. That's the images you get.
Oh, yes. Yep. I mean, like, Janna will keep moving forward if I feel like there's nothing. Because this is still in the distance, right?
Yeah, and then once they're gone, they're just gone. The horizon. This pale white horizon, like a canvas. And it's just, whatever those images were are just erased. As you just keep marching forward. Marching forward again. Make a stealth check for me. Okay. Cool. Now make a perception check. Okay. You are having difficulty sneaking, necessarily. You're not really trying to sneak. You're just marching forward. You are keen enough to notice on the second day of travel that you are being followed. You look back and you see there's like mounds of snow that are following you as like they're like keeping distance, almost like a perfect like 120 feet. You can barely even see out that distance, but they seem to have no issue. There's like 3 of them that are just 3 mounds that are slowly following you.
Can I use my primeval awareness to detect monstrosities and elementals?
Yep. As you're detecting it, no monstrosities around you. Elemental's a weird one. Elemental, you're detecting it not in a single source. You're detecting it all around. Just like up, down, left, right. The entirety of where you are currently seems to have elementalness to it. Those 3 mounds are not either of them, though.
I guess I'll keep an eye on them, but like I'll keep moving otherwise.
Okay.
Not much I can do about it.
Okay.
I'm not looking to go start fights here unless I have to, you know?
Right. Especially not here, alone. You continue marching, and eventually night does fall. The darkness prevails around you. You don't see anything. No fire. No nothing. No lights. Just you and the snow. You gonna keep going, or you want to make a camp?
Can I see where the 3 lumps are?
Yeah, with that perception check, they are still there. They're still making, like, they're still keeping like 120 feet distance away from you. But when you stop, they stop.
Okay. Then I will rest for the night.
Okay.
Can I set up an alarm around me though?
Sure.
Like whatever the maximum thing is. Thank you.
Yep. It's like something like 20 feet or something, but yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you set up an alarm, just making sure. And you go bed down for the night. Fire? No fire.
No fire.
No fire. Okay.
Learned.
You bed down, close your eyes. Giorgio does as well. The alarm around you that you set rings.
God damn it. I guess I draw my bow. I look around.
Yeah, you draw your bow. The 3 mounds have moved up to your location over the last hour or so, very slowly. When you draw your bow, they also draw bows, as the mounds are blankets that they had on them. As they throw it off, they stand up. They are people, humanoids, covered in all white. They also have bows, crossbows, and they are also drawn. They have a familiar garb about them. They're dressed very similarly, or more or less identically, to the Frostwalkers of Teague.
Were those friends of ours, or did we make them enemies?
Well, they are kind of enemies now, because they work for Teague, and now Teague's an enemy.
Don't really remember what happened there.
Teague, you went to
we double crossed the guy.
Yeah,
is that what it was?
You double crossed the guy, and like the people that you were working with, when like you guys were like killing Ratavi and stuff, like they were there to keep an eye out on you. And then y'all dipped without their knowledge, really, or their consent, and just left with all the money that you're supposed to give to the Arbiter.
How much money did we owe the Arbiter?
Like I think half the Horde, or more, like 2/3 of the Horde. Like, all the money you got from the.
We gave him no money.
You gave him no money. You killed the dragon like he has, but he also wanted 2/3 of the Horde. But y'all took the whole Horde. You went to the Atneys and got more bags of holding to take the entire Horde. So I think you made out with something like 250,000 gold.
Okay. I guess I'll just see what they say first, see if they even know who I am.
Yeah.
They might not even know who I am.
That's a good point. And that's a good call, because when they draw their bows, they immediately go, state your business.
Pleasure. I don't know if I really want to say that. Can I pass this off as a vacation?
Yeah, just my travel agent sucks ass. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Boy, how do I respond to that? State my business. I'll just say I'm out here on a mission. I'm gonna pull a vague Chris move.
Lying.
As big as possible. I'm not lying. I'm on a mission.
Very vague. This is true. They sort of look towards each other. They're just covered head to toe in white entirely. They are armored somewhat, but even the armor is camouflage. They sort of go, "What mission? On whose orders?"
I have. Listen, I know you're not gonna love this. I have an orb. It's telling me to go here. I have to follow my gut instinct to see where it wants me to go. Trust me, I don't want to be out here either. So unless I'm breaking any laws, I mean no harm to anyone. I just want to get this done and go home.
Make a persuasion check.
Please. No. Wait, don't I have I have stuff. Hold on, Simon. Don't I what's my give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I have to go look at a million things.
There are many things.
I have something with persuasion.
I believe that's the friendship bond you have with Orville, maybe. Or like you gain proficiency in the persuasion skill, but you gain advantage if the checks are relating to trading or business.
Oh, god damn it! You're right.
Do you want to make a deal with these guys?
I'll make a deal. Listen, you let me I'll hear them out. Like, what do they want? Well, I guess I'll say that. I say what I say first, and then I'll wait for their response. But it doesn't go well.
Yeah, they sort of just go like, Orb? Expect me to believe that? There's no one out here except us and criminals. And well, I don't think you're one of us.
Do I look like a criminal though either?
They sort of look at each other and just go, maybe. I don't know. What does a criminal look like?
Wouldn't you know?
One of them, older back there, just goes like, she has a point. We should know, but regardless, I'll be taking her for questioning.
Well, listen, what do you guys want? I sincerely, I mean what I mean. What do you want? Money? I just want to complete this. I'm sure you don't want to be tracking me out here either. This sucks. I don't want to be here.
Make another persuasion check. This one does have advantage because you are offering something.
Yes. Yes!
Yeah.
I can't be that crazy of a deal. They can't ask for 1 million gold.
No. If anything, they don't ask for anything. The older one just goes, this isn't worth our time. I mean, we already have fucking... Look at us. Days away, weeks away from town. Just... You're not a criminal, right?
No.
Oh, if you're offering money, I mean... I'm not gonna say no, but... Hey, I mean, we didn't see you here, right?
Right. You know what? Just to be good spirit, I give them... They don't know how much money I have. I give them 5 gold each. And be like, I guess you did a job. No one else is going to pay you for being out here. Give them 5 gold each.
Yeah, and they all take it. All 3 of them take it. They just give 5 gold, and then the older one in the back. Well, that was a interesting experience. All that there's just wind. I didn't see anything here. As he just begins walking back, as the rest of them just follow, seemingly not having been recognized you.
Hell fucking yeah.
Frostwalkers. But they just
Alright.
walk out. As you are now 15 gold short, you're so destitute, so poor.
Yeah.
But you begin to bed down for the night again, after having seemingly just fended off. Luckily, they did not recognize you, but yeah, just fended off the Frostwalkers for at least a while. Bed down for the night. No issues occur. No fire is lit. You are cold, but that's not a surprise in here.
Yeah. Keep moving on.
Moving on.
Gosh, remember, I thought I was supposed to, like, land when it was close.
Yeah.
It's not.
He just pointed down, and like they're just like, okay, he went down. You were following the entire time, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
It wants to show me the visions.
seemingly, as you're marching, the images again appear. The mammoth, it is standing in just isolation, having crushed all the spiked creatures. You can see the broken bodies in the distance. The humanoid figure holding the orb aloft begins to just melt away, fading, as do the creatures, as you see images of icicles growing, icicles melting, villages becoming towns, towns becoming ruins, everything around the mammoth being built up, and everything around the mammoth eventually falling. And the imagery seemingly shifts with different times, seasons, weathers. You see the sun rise, the sun fall, you see snow melting, snow rising. Seemingly time is passing, a lot of it. But through it all, the mammoth remains, and that orb remains. No matter the distance between the orb and the mammoth, or the surroundings, or the time, the mammoth and the orb are the only things that are consistent. And through it all, the chains are still coming out of the orb, and the chains are still attached to the mammoth. That missing circle is still within the mammoth. The imagery fading, blurring, disappearing.
Is this leading me to the mammoth? I take it?
You feel trembling as that vision imagery in the distance fades. You feel quaking in the earth. And the snow and the wind are still whipping around you without mercy. But now the earth itself shakes. You look around for the source, and you don't spot anything in the wind. You spot nothing. You can barely see in front of you. The quaking starts to feel closer, much closer. With every single rumble, it becomes more and more frequent, greater in strength. The surroundings are already cold, yet somehow the temperature dips even lower, almost losing all your feelings in the extremities instantly. Looking around, and the trembling stops. Then you hear a brief and frigid feeling exhale from behind you. Turning around, you see a gargantuan mammoth, dozens of feet tall, looming over you. It's this blue-black fur covered in white snow, almost camouflaging itself. Even though it's directly in front of you, you can just kind of make out its shape. The trunks and legs are aligned with pointed icicles. It almost looks like it wears a rough stone mask, almost with stone tusks. Let me give you a little visual aid here.
This is the mammoth?
This is the mammoth.
Alright. Hardcore.
It is. I stole it from Monster Hunter.
Nice.
You're only a few feet from it, and it almost looks like this freezing fog is evaporating from its skin. It is kind of a sight. A little overwhelming. What are you doing?
Do I know what this is classified as? Like, when I use detect, like, elemental monstrosity, does it show up?
When you use primeval awareness, taking a few minutes, that is very much an elemental. That is the most powerful elemental you've seen.
I can't talk to elementals, can I?
I don't.
Like, it's not like if I were to do speak with animals, that wouldn't.
What languages do you know? Oh, okay. Let me see here.
Primordial. I know primordial.
Which is like the catch-all language for elementals. You can try.
Yeah, I will try to talk to it. Let's go. Hello. Also, wait, I guess I said that. Can I actually ask, this is can I pause for a second?
Hmm?
I need to go feed my cat because she is unruly at this point.
Okay.
It's 5 o'clock.
All right, sure.
Okay, be back in 5 minutes.
All right, no worries. Cat is fed. Mammoth is seen.
Oh, so snuck in that bathroom break too. So I'm all good.
Bladder is empty.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mammoth, hello.
You say hello. It sort of just exhales a little bit. You see this freezing fog just exit out of its trunk. It sort of hits the ground and just blows past you, and it is cold. But doesn't seem to
Janna tries not to flinch.
Yeah. And it's just stood there.
Janna will hold up the orb and just kind of look it in the eyes.
Okay. You hold out the orb. Just judging from these visions you see, maybe. This granite orb with blue-white veins running through it that you found within this, like a hidden shrine in the Underdark. You hold it up for a couple seconds, and it sort of exhales once again, this freezing fog blowing past you once more, as this ice-clad frozen trunk of this mammoth reaches out to you. From your perspective, that thing is massive. It could crush you in an instant, and looks like it might. But with surprising dexterity, the trunk sort of lifts the orb out of your hands with weird gentleness. You can see immediately the orb begins to turn into ice as it sort of melts onto the rest of the mammoth, entirely blending in, if it's at all different now. Though the cold doesn't stop. If anything, it gets worse. What was used to be just like a very bad cold now becomes almost unbearable. The wind begins to pick up. You're already losing sight of the mammoth already. More and more ice and snow is beginning to cover up the mammoth until it's almost entirely encased in like this ice armor. Without your input or knowledge, really, you sort of watch Giorgio to sort of, without fear or hesitation, just walk towards the mammoth and just sit in front of it. The snow begins to get worse and worse, and eventually you can't see anything. Make Constitution saving throw.
I have... Hold on. I got a... Constitution saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have advantage on that.
I don't think so. Let's roll one.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, I was just checking out the known cunning.
Yeah, I think that's or like advantage on smell or something like that. Yeah, you're trying to bear the cold, but it becomes too much as you're even with the warm weather, without a fire, it feels like you're about to die, and eventually you just get too cold to stay conscious, as you just feel all your body just shutting down. Blackness. You don't feel cold. You don't feel hot. You don't really feel anything. And you're not sure how much time passes, but you awake. The last thing you remember is seeing Giorgio walk forward towards the mammoth, sit down, and then just get your entire view blanketed with snow. But you awake. The sky is clear. Like, for the first time you've ever been in Thane, the sky is clear. You see a beautiful blue sky above you. The wind has stopped entirely. It is a gentle, still cold, but gentle day in Thane. You look around and you see Giorgio just sat in front of you, looking a little different. Giorgio is white, almost like a polar bear. Still the same size, still the same shape, but white, covered in ice, and almost looks like has two ice tusks coming out of his face. He sort of just licks your face a little bit. It's colder than normal. He sort of just shakes a little bit, like a dog throwing off water, and the ice just falls off of him, and he returns back to just a black bear form. The mammoth is nowhere to be found.
And it took the orb?
Yep, it took the orb.
Okay. I think there's nothing left to do here. I think that was mission accomplished. Do I like, you said I just feel like nothing, right?
Yeah, it's still cold here, but it's not like bad.
It was.
The wind has stopped. At least where you are. You can still see around you, and like there is storm elsewhere, but where you are currently, it is very nice. I will add a thing in Giorgio's character sheet.
You said he returned to normal, just that was like a brief thing that he looked like? Like his appearance has returned to normal.
Yeah, he used to be just like white, like a polar bear white, and then it covered in ice, like ice armor almost, and then with ice tusks. But he just sort of shook, and like as he did that, he returned back to normal. Giorgio has gained the form of Frozen Fury.
Hell yeah.
Which I will form of Frozen.
I don't like anything for Giorgio. I think I have a bear for this.
A what? A bear.
Screw everyone else. I'm in the group chat today.
Let me see here.
I'm gonna go take a look.
Just adding. It's
Storm of Claws and Fates. At 11th, and Giorgio is level 18. No, this is, you're adding it, the new one.
Yes, there we go.
Form of Frozen Fury. Sorry. Oh, sick.
Just small bonuses. There's no limit to it. It just has, you can just do it as an action.
This is like going Super Saiyan, it looks like.
A little bit, yeah. Just ice. He gains vulnerability to fire damage, so if you're fighting someone with fire, maybe good.
How long does it last?
Until you want it not to.
Okay.
He can shift in and out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
He's just a little better now. He's already scary. I just made him scarier. This may be a mistake.
I spare. I'd like to get on the Sending Stone and just check in with Answin. How's everything going?
Okay. You just hear back from Answin. I'm doing okay. Seems the storm is a little better.
Well, how many messages can I send per day?
3 a day, I believe.
I will just send back to her completed orb mission. Will follow error next.
Okay. I believe these messages do go to everyone because it is a group chat. But
that's fine. I mean, everyone else can hear it too. None of this is exclusive. I mean, they'll. I guess nobody else knows what I mean by that. So.
Yeah.
Answin knows though.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll tell. Orb delivered to Mammoth, following error to home. How about that? That feels like a better message.
Okay. There we go. I have recorded this one as well. Okay.
So that was my second message of the day.
Yes.
But I will then probably start heading back to where I was going, but I'll pull out error and see, like, does he give me any feedback? We wandered a ways.
Yeah, he'll go error. You pop him out, and he rotates in place again, and then sort of like a compass points north, like northwest.
All right, I'll follow him.
Okay. Right, just following him, and it is so much easier without the ice. With the ice and the snow, the icicles are still there, but you for the first time in a while, you've seen blue sky in Thane. It is the nicest it has been in Thane since you've been here. In any time, this is very, very nice. Like, it's cold enough to just be like, not bad. But like this would be the type of weather you'd bring like to someone where it's like they've never seen the snow before. Yeah. And like this is like a good starter snow.
Sorry, can I pause for a minute?
Sure.
Because my brain had to catch up to what I did. I'm assuming, so the whole mammoth thing was, I'm assuming the mammoth is controlled by the orb. For a long time, people had controlled the mammoth using its powers for whatever they wanted. But now that the mammoth has been reunited with the orb, it's like the mammoth has gained their own freedom back, kind of.
Yes.
That's why I'm interpreting that.
Yes, I believe Azazon described a long time ago that the orbs themselves are a piece of the prime elemental's heart, which they use to
it's their heart.
Which they use to control the elementals, because like they are elementals. Elementals are fickle, and that orb's been kicking around for a while, and it's just like as long as that orb was out there, someone would have control of the mammoth. So like you returned it. That the prime elemental is now complete, and seemingly as a thank you, has given Giorgio some sick new abilities.
Cool. Okay, thank you. Like I think I interpret that pretty close. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, you got it. You're following.
Okay.
Wait, but following.
Cool.
Following error, it is much nicer. You have no issues around, just following the guy. Really, as you just sort of pointing, and every couple seconds.
You okay, error? He's going home.
Home.
Is it? I guess I'll just keep following where he wants me to go. But does it look like he's getting like more excited the closer we get?
Seemingly, the rapidity of the word home, like it seems to increase in intensity until he's just chirping at some point. And you can't even make up the words anymore. But at some point, you march for like a day or so, and like night falls, you rest up. Or the day begins, and it's still nice as hell. A little strange, but
if it's nice out, I won't. I could probably build a fire now, but if it's nice out, I won't.
Would you like to try to build a fire?
Sure.
Yeah, you build a fire. A wind picks up and kicks it over.
Okay, I will keep the flame out. Okay.
He's still around, seemingly.
Okay. That's fine. It's nice out.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice enough out. Be grateful.
It's nice for the brutal Arctic.
Yeah, for the brutal Arctic, this is perfect, honestly.
Okay.
But the next day, you continue marching, and arrows seem to be pointing you towards like a set of mountains. You can see in the distance. They are snow-clad, and they're not as tall as the Shard Mountains you were traveling before, but they're mountains. The mountains are pretty brutal in Arctic conditions. Make a perception check.
Oh, that was Giorgio. I'm sorry.
I think it's they're kind of that's fine.
It was on Janna's thing. No, that feels like cheating. I roll it on Giorgio.
Okay. As you spot a few things in the distance. They're not in the horizon like before, but like they are actual objects or something buried in snow. They don't look like rocks, they don't look like plates, they look metal. Just like pieces of metal jutting out of the snow.
Can I'm gonna go closer. Let's get close in. I really want to check in with the group. This is the hard thing, is I feel like normally I'd consult with the group of like, do we want to wait to do this as a group? I don't think I'm gonna get that kind of response right now. So I think it's up to Janna. Like, we're here right now. Janna's gonna go check it out.
Okay. Good call. You go check it out. It looks like humanoid in shape. It looks like you've seen these before. These are the sort of constructs you fought in the Underdark in the hallway. These sort of like humanoid-ish bodies, but thin, rail thin, with strange arms with wires coming out of them, and a central orb in the center that looks like Error, really, and it's sort of just deactivated in the snow, the arm sticking out.
Wait, what's sticking out of the snow?
Its arm.
An arm?
Yeah, like its arm. These like this like one piece of its constructed body is just sticking out of the snow. That's what you saw.
Is there anything else to look at? I guess I'll pull it out of the snow.
You pull out of the snow and it sort of just dangles limply. The arm actually pops out of the some sort of like socket, like a magnetic socket, and you just have the arm now. It's like this cylindrical, or it's like the arm is just a forearm, pretty much, no hand. A little strange, and it's made of this smooth metal, not rusted or anything. It's fairly well intact. And looking around,
can I try and
check, you
dig
can
it?
see more.
Oh, there's more of these.
Yeah, looking around, there's like 5 or 6 more that are just scattered around here.
Can I try and dig this one's like full body out?
Yeah, you dig it out, and you discover why it's probably deactivated. The entire lower half of it is just like missing.
Can I look at Error and be like, do you know what happened here?
Broken.
Do you know these people?
Friend.
Can I just put like zero Error down in the snow? Does it look like he can like do anything? I don't think this is his terrain, but I don't know what else to.
You put him in the snow, and as he tries to roll forward, he's just digging like a groove in the snow.
I'm be like, Error, what do you want me to do here?
Sort of rotates, points northwards for the mountains.
Okay. I will keep going that way then.
Okay. You walk away from the shattered constructs, and as you're walking forward, you hear, with your perception check, you hear something clanging on the right side. You see 5 more other ones, and the sound's coming from one of them to the right.
Like constructs?
Yeah. As you look
ones that are still functional?
As you look over, one of them seems to be shuddering and rising out of the snow, seemingly intact, as the orb that functions somewhat between like a head and its eyes just rotates in its weird humanoid frame, as the thin little limbs that are just dangling on by like just a couple cables shudder to life as it sort of rises up unnaturally out of the snow. A blue dull light just it's coming out of the glass lens, not unlike Error's, as it sort of just spots you. What are you
doing? I don't know. Does it look like it's gonna attack me?
It begins to walk towards you.
I will just hold my ground, and I'm gonna keep Error like firmly in front of me.
Okay. As you hold your ground, the construct that shuddered to life is slowly walking towards you. As it seems to keep walking, it seems to sort of pick up in stride a little bit. Like it's whatever like systems or mechanical stuff that how it functions, it begins to like warm up. It's become more loose as it now has a more fluid movement, as it's only like 60 feet away from you. By the time it gets to 30 feet, it's moving a little faster. And it's just walking, somewhat jogging towards you now.
I guess I'm gonna wait, because again, I don't want to get into a combat situation unless I have to, so I'm gonna see if this thing attacks first. Yeah. But I'm kind of trying to appear like non-threatening right now.
Okay. You wait. You don't.
Can I pause for a minute?
Yes.
Where did we pick up Error in the Underdark?
You picked him
This
up
is
in Ratavi's lair. Arrow was frozen in the dirt, frozen in the ice, and when you removed him, he was like this.
so they are like up here. Okay, okay, because that was up in this, not in this literal area, but like up here in the cold
yes.
fan. Okay. Okay. So yeah. Okay. But I saw these constructs in the Underdark. You said.
Yes, you first saw these in the Underdark. The exact same shape and everything. Let me just pull it up again, just for visual aid. Just because I don't remember the exact description I gave, but I know what it looks like. Here it is.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll just wait for it to get closer, which I hate.
Yeah, and it is now jogging towards you. Once it gets literally within 5 feet, it just stops suddenly, and it's just staring at you like up and then down. The orb rotating in its frame. The arms, one of the arms, just uselessly dangling by a couple of cables. The only other arm that seems functional is the one that shot lasers at you when you're in the Underdark. Last time you saw these things shot without mercy. But this one just ran up to you. And you hear in this almost groaning, screeching metal voice. Hello.
Janna replied, "Hello."
Follow this unit. As it just turns and begins to walk towards the mountains. Kind of where Arrow was facing anyway.
Okay, I follow.
Okay. And just following, and in the snow, it actually outpaces you a little bit, but it sort of just pauses and then turns around and just watches you catch up. And then once you hit like an almost perfect 5 feet, it just like following an NPC that's too fast for you, you know. But it begins to lead you towards the mountains, and the mountains aren't super tall. They don't look that treacherous, but they are steep. As these construct just begins to walk up this mountain, almost like following some narrow path, trekking up rocky crags, ice-covered crevices, tight squeezes only barely visible by like a little tiny pocket of snow, and virtually no breaks or rest in between. The construct doesn't have hands necessarily. It has like weird stumps, and its feet are narrow with a cylindrical base. But it steps without fear or hesitation on incredibly small footholds, like the upper body balancing itself somehow at strange angles that would be impossible for you to accomplish with extreme practice or some supernatural ability. But you follow anyway, for a good while, with careful steps being guided seemingly by this construct. No words are exchanged between you unless you want to say something on the way up there, but it doesn't try to converse with you the whole time.
Can I try to talk to it? Can I be like, what's your name?
This unit does not have a designation.
What is this unit?
Watcher unit.
Where are you from?
Central server.
What is your mission?
To solve for why.
To solve for why?
Correct.
What is the unit I have in my hands?
You have a Watcher unit. Identical to this unit. It's not even turning to look at you. It's just saying this stuff as it's just perfectly climbing up this mountain.
Right. I'm assuming, like, again, like, this is something. So it's not like I'm... Yeah. I'm trying to poke as much information as I can in this moment. What happened here?
This unit does not understand the question.
Did you crash?
Correct.
Where were you supposed to land?
We were not supposed to land.
Oh, okay. You watch from the sky.
Correct.
What do you do in the sky?
Deliver apparatus units to combat zones.
Is there more out in the universe?
Correct.
I guess would Janna know that word?
Universe, yeah, you've heard it.
What happens in space? I don't know. These are bad questions, Simon. I'm sorry. I don't know how to. I don't know what I want to ask.
These are questions. The construct service goes. This unit does not understand the question.
Why are you watching us?
To study the enemy.
Why are we your enemy?
The central server has designated you as an enemy.
Why are you helping me if I'm an enemy?
We must solve for why before rejoining central server.
Where is central server?
The central server is located within the colloquially known term as the moon.
Remind me, the moon is... We just have one moon, but
Yeah,
Deirdre said it just wasn't there before.
Yes. During Deirdre's time, during the whole Umbral era, the moon did not exist. The moon was not there, seemingly.
Do you come from a different planet?
This unit was created within central server.
Who controls central server?
This unit does not understand the question.
What purpose does central server play? I'm just asking the same stuff.
This unit does not understand the question.
When you rejoin central server, what happens?
This unit does not understand the question. The central server makes decisions. Units follow.
Will there be a war soon?
This unit does not have access to this information.
Did the central server create the 10?
This unit does not understand the question.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm just throwing anything at the wall right now.
Yeah, this is the time. And yeah, you're asking questions almost like the entire way up, mostly. And you feel yourself ascending with every move. And while the climb itself is not difficult, there's enough foothold, or it doesn't require that much athleticism, it is steep. And you can look down and just see the rest of the mountain that you just climbed. One mistake might send you tumbling down the entire mountainside. And the air is getting thinner. A similar experience when you climbed up the mountain to fight Ratabe, though that climb was far more difficult and far more dangerous. And you just, in between questions, you just find yourself taking deeper and deeper breaths, the cold biting your lungs, though it's not as stormy, so it's not as bad. And the whole time, the construct just, anytime there's a pause, it just waits for you and just stares, answering questions.
Are there dangers here on this planet?
This unit does not understand the question.
How many other planets are there? I don't know what I mean by that.
Elaborate. Within this system or others.
Within this system.
Seven.
Do you observe those 6 planets as well?
Central server observes. This unit does not.
Are those other 6 planets also enemies?
Incorrect. This planet was the first zone.
Elaborate.
This planet, colloquially known as Seer, was the first invasion site of Central Server.
Why did Central Server invade?
To absorb, annex.
To absorb Annex?
To absorb and annex.
I literally don't. I'm not parsing the phrase.
To absorb and annex. And annex. To like, what is it called? To like take from things and just make it your own.
Okay. How long have you been here?
Since reactivation or since the beginning. Elaborate.
Both.
Since the first invasion, 1500 years ago. Since our reactivation, 600 years ago.
Why were you reactivated?
This question is one of many inquiries we must answer.
Was that a command?
Incorrect. Wired mainframe reactivated. The rest following.
Are there other site crashes?
Correct.
Do you know how many?
This unit does not have information. No accurate number exists.
After I return this unit, will you kill me?
Incorrect. This unit has no cause to cause harm to the intruder.
Thank you.
You will not be fired upon unless you show hostile intent.
I do not have hostile intent. I want to understand.
You will not be fired upon. Yeah, and it takes you some time. Let's go ahead.
Oh, how many what was it, watchers are here at this site?
Current count of total watcher units is 19.
Some of the watchers I saw where we were not all functional. They had missing parts. Is that normal, or do you need to fix them?
Apparatus units cannot be repaired with current state of equipment. We started with 74 total units. We thank you for returning a Watcher unit to us.
We have called this Watcher unit Error. What happens to Error when he is returned, since he is broken?
Error sort of, like, still kind of being cradled by you. Hello? As this Watcher unit sort of looks at Error. And you see, like, this buzzing, like, sort of, like, bleeping in its eye, in its central lens in the Watcher unit. Sort of looking at Error, and Error just sort of just looks around, like, obliviously is looking, as eventually the construct just goes, hello. And Error just goes, hello? The construct you've been following, which you're almost near wherever, like some sort of large platform at this point, like it's just crested, and you're just about there. This Watcher unit only responds to suboptimal auditory communication. What tampering did you do with this Watcher unit?
None. We found him like this.
This Watcher unit is damaged. This must be remedied. We will correct the error. Full reset and memory wipe required.
Okay. So you'll be able to fix him?
Correct.
Is there any kind of truce we can make with Central Server?
Incorrect.
Am I able to contact Central Server?
Incorrect.
Why not?
Central Server is not responding.
Why is Central Server not responding?
This question is one of many inquiries we must answer.
Okay, I understand that phrase now. When was the last time you heard from Central Server?
This unit does not have full information. This unit was only reactivated 600 years ago.
Oh, okay. So Central Server, though, hasn't... So Central Server has not been in contact for 600 years.
Correct.
At least.
Correct.
And Central Server was in contact from before you were reactivated, as far as you know, like, before they put you back to sleep?
Correct.
Did they put you to sleep? Okay.
Incorrect.
What caused you to become unactivated so that they had a chance to reactivate you?
The starship crashed.
Did you reactivate yourself then?
Incorrect.
How did you reactivate?
This question is one of many inquiries we must answer.
Would you be willing to accept help from us to help you reconnect to Central Server?
Why would you do this? Elaborate.
Because we help people.
Why?
It's what humans do.
Why?
This is one of the many inputs that we must answer. Is that the phrase?
This is one of many questions.
Yeah, one of my questions we must answer.
There are 14,982,156 inquiries pending. We must find a solution to all inquiries before proceeding.
My offer still stands. I have friends. We would like to help. Will you accept our help? We have helped Error come here as a token of our good faith.
Why have you named this Watcher unit?
What have we named, or why?
Why have you named this Watcher unit?
Because when we first found him, Error was all that he would say.
Why?
Because he appeared broken, and he is broken right now. And humans like to name things.
Apparatus units do not need names. There is no personality within. Therefore, apparatus units do not need names.
That's fine. If you don't want a name, you don't have to have a name. But humans, I still see you as a thing that exists, and if you need help, we would like to help you.
$1,8200 additional inquiries added.
Give me one of your inquiries. I'll see if I can solve any of them.
Why is this land frozen?
You're gonna make me do this, Simon. This land is frozen because you are up north on this planet. There are cold temperatures because it is further from the sun. I'm using my Earth knowledge. I hope it's the same here.
More or less.
The further it is from the sun, the colder it is, and there are different weather patterns. If you were to be on other parts of this planet, it is warmer and has a different environmental terrain, like forests or beaches or deserts. But you are in a cold part.
251 additional inquiries added. Roses are red, tulips are white. Elaborate. The entire climb, he's just asking you just mundane-ass questions. Like, this rock is gray. Elaborate.
Can I just do a nat? Because a lot of these are like that, like why is things on this earth? Can I do like a nature check to see how best I can like explain some of these?
Make a nature check for the stuff that like you can explain. You can explain the base. You knock out 9 inquiries.
To be fair, I don't think I could tell you right now why rocks are gray. Like, I know it's because they're minerals, but like, yeah, they are because they are. Okay. Yeah, I hope this shows like what I'm trying to do by trying to help answer these is to show that like I'm trying to gain some trust, you know?
Right. And it's like it is hard to parse if this thing has any like personality or emotions or any thoughts, really.
Right.
But like you're getting somewhere seemingly. Yeah, and like throughout the whole climate, it is just questions about just random stuff, and some of them just touch on like things that like seem just normal to you, but this thing has no idea about. They're just like why do organics need like kill things to wear their furs? So like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of that stuff, and the whole climb up, and it takes you some time, but you do manage to, with the guide of this construct, this Watcher unit, you climb up safely, mostly partway up the mountain. Eventually finding this flattened area, just covered in snow, and looking at the summit, you're roughly about 1/3 the way up. You do see a lot of scrap metal around, though, ruined, bent out of shape, and you see a some sort of like a horseshoe shape, sort of like crashed into the mountain. Oh, geez, excuse me. Crashed into the side of this mountain. Horseshoe shaped. It's kind of bent in like this perfect half arch, though that arch has been rent asunder. It looks like it's been more or less snapped in half. One half is now still embedded in the mountain, and one is currently like on, I guess, ground level where you currently are. Kind of has this green-black texture to it, this dark coloration. It looks very similar to the ship you found on the ground. And just like ribs sticking out of the ground. There's just errant scrap metal just jutting out from every which direction. And you do see more of these quote-unquote watcher units just stood creepily, just staring at everything. Just perfectly still, standing upright. The only indication of any activity is that dim blue glow from the lenses. Lenses that follow your movement as you just walk around. The construct you are following begins to walk towards the large half of the ship. Do you follow?
Yeah.
Okay. It walks into the broken half of the ship. The interior does have a similar, like, bulbous and winding layout as the previous ship, with strange corners and swollen corridors. It looks less complex than the last one you're in, especially the condition it's in currently. Almost none of it is walkable. And most of the ship is just torn to shreds, dangling cables, fallen panels littering every surface. The musty tang of corroding metal also begins to sneak in. The construct only leads you like a few steps inside to a large room that has long collapsed inward. Like the whole space you're walking in is only like 20 feet long. It's not, like you can still look outside visibly and just see everything. There's almost no features in this room except for a large, rounded pyramid shape, kind of half buried under rubble. Pink tubes stretch from it that end in like metal club-like pincers. That also looked very familiar to you, as you also fought one of these in the Underdark in the ship. A weird tentacle monster that you blew up in the final area of that ship. And there's another one, but all of it is buried under rubble. Hello, intruder. You returned a Watcher unit to us. We thank you.
I give them error.
Yeah, and a single pink tentacle sort of wraps around Error. Thank you, intruder.
Does this pink tentacle look like Flumph at all? Like, color-wise, texture-wise, anything like that?
A little similar in coloration, though this one is a little darker.
Okay. Can I ask... Okay, I'll ask him, like, can I ask you some questions?
Proceed.
Because I feel like this thing might have more answers than the thing. I have learned some information. So you are trying to repair as much as you can here to return to Central Server, correct?
Correct. We must answer 14,982,156 inquiries. We must solve for why.
Why do you need to solve so many inquiries?
There are many questions. We studied the surrounding flora, fauna, finding scarce resources. Apparatus have no need for natural resources. Organisms with weak bodies demanding the consumption of external energy do. Why? Our knowledge base indicates this landmass used to be temperate in temperature. It has not seen significant snowmelt for 626 years. Why? An organism carries a piece of jewelry around its neck for its faith. Why? Other apparatus units acknowledge you as hostile, yet we cannot comply. Why? Our goal is to solve for why.
Once you answer all of these queries, what happens?
We will find a method to rejoin Central Server.
Central Server hasn't been in communication with you.
Correct.
What makes you think solving the queries will solve that issue?
This unit does not understand the question.
Are the queries in your way of contacting Central Server?
Incorrect.
I would like to help you solve your queries, but we might need more information from you as well. If we help you, can you help us in return?
Elaborate.
We want to understand. We are concerned that whatever is happening at Central Server might hurt our planet. We like our planet and we do not want to see anything bad happen to it. By helping you reconnect to Central Server, we hope we can understand Central Server's motivations.
This unit does not understand the question. Central Server.
Can we help each other?
Why?
Because we are not hostile towards each other.
However, when rejoining Central Server, we must answer to Central Server. If Central Server designates you as hostile, we will designate you as hostile.
And if Central Server does not designate us as hostile?
We will not designate you as hostile.
What happens if you designate us as hostile?
What was that? Sorry, I legitimately did not hear you.
Oh. What happens when Central Server designates us as hostile?
All apparatus units will become hostile. Infected will become hostile. Biospawn will become hostile.
Your queries determine if Central Server deems us hostile.
Incorrect.
What is correct?
We must answer inquiries to understand the enemy. Query number 4 million. Why do we must answer inquiries? There are many questions. We cannot find an answer.
We may not come to an agreement today on help, but if I were to return in the future, would you let me pass and we can have another conversation about how we can help?
We will comply.
Thank you. And I guess they have error, and just for me to use Simon, I feel like I got a bunch of information, but I'm kind of like stuck here. Like I can't answer obviously a million inquiries as Janna.
14 million inquiries. Yeah, so what are you doing?
I guess I'm heading back without error.
Yeah, as you...
Can I see, did they fix error already, or no?
No, error is just being palmed by this thing currently.
Okay.
Yeah, as you go to leave, error tries to follow you. And yeah, it just goes, stay.
Yeah, error, you have to stay here. You're home now.
You stay.
This isn't my home, error. Do you want to come with me? I don't think they'll let you come with me.
The construct that was buried under rubble with only like a couple pink tentacles peeking out Why does this Watcher unit behave strangely?
Because we helped him.
Elaborate.
We found him in a place he shouldn't have been. We rescued him. We took care of him for a long time. We bonded.
Apparatus units do not form bonds.
Clearly we did.
Impossibility. Apparatus units do not form bonds.
I have an idea. You have 14 million inquiries in your queue. Can you send the Watcher unit that escorted up me, and it can accompany me back, and it can gather new intel on this planet, and I can try to answer as many questions, because that will take a lot of time. I will return with the Watcher unit. Hopefully this would be helpful. You might not get your answers if you stay here. You might have to go to other places to get the answers you seek, to reconnect to central server.
In the midst of your the
Let me make friends. Let me do this.
Your questioning, it interrupts you. Please pause. We must collect data. As the sun begins to set, it's been setting for a little bit now. You've been climbing up, and that's pretty much the most of the daylight, and it's now quickly beginning to darken in the sky. The roof of this ruined room you're in begins to shift, and rust on rust, the sound of metal cranking and squeaking begins to ring out. The roof begins to split, almost like eyelids opening up and parting, except one half gets stuck on rubble and stops moving entirely. And bit by bit, in an agonizingly slow process, eventually a large open, just almost skylight is just above you. Night has begun to just form, and the room is now exposed to the elements, though storm is gone. And you now have a direct path to the sky, the night sky. That's not the main thing that catches your eye, though. You're not high enough above on the mountain to be above the cloud layer, but luckily, there's no clouds. You've seen to that. But you are far enough to avoid this layer of fog that seems almost permanent on the ground of Thane, and you have a perfect view of the night sky from here. You've seen stars before. You've seen just black sky with stars. It's normal. But what you see is not just a black sky. You see a swirling trail of green, blue, pink, and red light, dancing in ephemeral void, accented by shining stars. And it shifts and sways, the snow almost taking on a new color as the bright light shines on it as it falls. And the light stretches far as you can see upwards at least, and it is beautiful. Possibly the most beautiful thing you've seen, especially in one of the most hostile places you've been. And just glancing outside to the rest of the little platform you can see every single construct, every single Watcher unit also just standing in the snow looking up. An inquiry. What do you see when you witness this view?
An Aurora Borealis.
Correct. This would be an Aurora Borealis. And you've heard of these, but Janna has not seen one themselves, I imagine.
I don't think so. I don't think we saw this the last time we were up here, right? I don't think Janna's ever been this far north.
No one's been this far north, and no one's seen this. You are the first and probably only person in the party to have seen an Aurora Borealis.
First. All right. First. Cool.
The construct you were talking to, the one with the pink tentacles. We see a decaying atmosphere, displaying a colored spectrum as a result of radiation. We acknowledge organic creatures discern this view as beautiful. We cannot comprehend. Inquiry 1. What is beauty? We have no solution. We cannot rejoin the central server without solving for why. Error in this point sort of rotates in the palm or the little pincer of this construct. Looks up. Ready.
See, Error gets that.
Damage Watcher unit.
Beauty.
You comprehend. Ready. We do not understand.
Beauty is a complex answer that cannot be easily summed up in words. My offer still stands of taking the Watcher unit that escorted me, and I will try to explain and show the complex answers that you seek that cannot be summarized in a simple sentence.
Watcher units have no autonomy.
Wait, define autonomy?
Ability to independently act.
For according to who? Central server is not talking to you right now. You can do whatever you want right now.
This unit is a wired mainframe. Limited ability to act independently included. This unit contacts the Watcher unit. This unit guided you here.
I'm asking for the Watcher unit that escorted me here to accompany me elsewhere.
Correct. This unit, that unit, has no autonomy.
Which unit has autonomy?
Wired mainframe unit. Current unit you are speaking to.
Can you give the Watcher unit autonomy or permission to leave? To answer the queries in your queue so that you can reconnect a central server.
Incapable. This would be akin to imbuing a hammer with the ability to smith. Watcher units are tools. To use a organic analogy.
How about you try anyway, and if nothing comes of it, then you were right. But if you're wrong, you could get the answers that you seek. You've been sitting here for 600 years and nothing has changed. Try something different.
Make a persuasion check.
With advantage?
Nope.
I'm making a deal, right? I'm making a deal.
Not for business, just like a favor.
Does this guy want money? Okay, I'll just roll it straight. I'll roll it straight.
Okay.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm doing my best out here, Simon.
Yeah. The wired mainframe unit you are currently speaking to, the thing buried under rubble, squeaks to life and just begins speaking to you. Process is sound in logic. Watcher units do not have the sufficient processing ability to contain autonomy.
I don't know where that left me.
Yeah, you gather that the Watcher units that have followed you are more or less just kind of like empty shells without something to guide them. The thing guiding them is the thing you're talking to right now.
And this thing is like wired and it can't go anywhere.
Correct.
Here's my argument. Unless I'm making a bad argument, we were able to show Error how the Aurora Borealis is beautiful. We were able to bond with Air. Air was able to grasp the answers that you seek for your queries. You may not think that you have the ability to do these things, but I think differently. If Air is able to do these, I think with time and exposure, we can teach the tools to the Watchers to do the same.
Why does
you have not interacted with humans up here, so go where there's humans and people to find out what you want to know about them.
Why does the damaged Watcher unit comprehend beauty when dozens of fully operational units cannot? Inquiry added.
Because you've been sitting here and Air hasn't. Air has been moving around and seeing the rest that this planet has to offer. And if I'm making like a sincerely, like just as a back end thing, Simon, like if I really am not like actually doing something that's helpful, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna like keep pressing for this. But you know, if it's literally not possible.
An experiment. Watcher
Correct.
units do not have autonomy. This unit will transfer command code to you.
What does that mean?
The Watcher unit that was looking at the sky suddenly just like shudders and walks towards you.
Like I'm giving it autonomy now? Like he's giving me permission to do that?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. I understand this responsibility, and I thank you for letting me try to help. I hope this experiment is successful, and I know it will be.
Watcher units do not have autonomy. It will follow your orders.
Okay. Watcher unit, we are returning to what I call home, and we will return in a few months.
It sort of just, the light sort of just blinks twice and is just standing there, and as you move, it sort of follows you.
Okay, I guess we're walking out of this thing. And I'll just say again, thank you. I know that we can make some progress in the time that we are apart. And I look forward to seeing you again in the future. And then I'll give Air one last little, like, cradle hold hug thing.
Okay, yeah, as you hold Air, Air just goes, warm.
I let Air go.
The what's it called? The wired mainframe, the tentacle grabs Air. Full reset in progress.
Bye, Air. Oh god, this breaks my heart, but I think we're winning the long run.
Yeah.
Really is a part of me that's like, don't reset Air, because that's, if it is something because he's broken, but I hope my method works. If not, I might have to break this thing too. I'm not saying that aloud though. Okay, otherwise, if we're all good and square, we're gonna head back to Answin with the new Watcher bot in tow.
Okay, yeah, as you go walk out, the error, the little ball you've had, being palmed by this thing, you just hear Error just go, ba and as it's sort of just being, like something's being plugged into Error as the light just goes dim. And silence.
Bye, Error.
But you climb down.
All right. All right, go back to Answin and Polaris.
and you follow, and as does this watcher unit. Whoops. I'll delete that now. Yeah, finding the dragon still sat where you are, and the whole time the weather is pleasant, and taking a couple days to find the dragon. Not hard at all with this new watcher bot in tow, just following you, more or less. It said nothing, it's done nothing that you haven't really told it to.
Okay. I'm just, I guess, telling it to follow me right now. Like, I don't have any, or, you know, I guess I'll ask, do you have any questions for me? And I'll try to answer the best as I can. Anything, you know, some of those basic questions.
Yeah, you ask a question, try to converse with it. Nope, silence.
Huh?
You try to ask, like, sorry,
Oh.
who you're talking to, the bot?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're speaking to the bot, and bot's not saying anything.
Are you okay? Are you okay with this decision?
Just standing there, not doing anything.
Can you talk anymore?
Silence.
Okay, I'll keep going on. As long as it still follows me, right?
Yep. Just,
okay.
Yeah, you can, whatever you tell it to do, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, but any conversation, any attempt to speak with it, you just met with silence. And just a dead robotic stare.
I feel like I made the wrong move at some point. But I made this bed, I'll lay in it. Go back to the dragon, however long it takes.
Yeah, a couple days, 3 days or so. Not too bad. As hold on, let me see. Oh boy, okay. Yeah, but you find the dragon and you march on with the bot in tow as it sort of just steps up onto the dragon and sort of just sitting there with Flumph. So, how'd it go? You're alive, that's good.
I think it all went well. I returned the orb to Mammoth. It made the weather better. And then we went to where Era called home, and I made a trade, and we gave them back Error, and we gained one of their bots to hopefully try and figure some stuff out. Although I'm not sure if I made the right move there, because now this thing doesn't talk. Can I command it? Watch unit speak.
No response. It just stares at you.
Okay, well, this is gonna just be following us around for, I guess, for a while. Can I act as if, you know, like this thing, like, is a person, like, because there's spare beds in Polaris, like, give it a bed, make it tell, you know, go to the bed, give it food, whatever I think it needs, try and do those things.
Sure, yeah, you command it to go to bed, and it just, it's does a thing where, like, to go upstairs, it disassembles all of its joints, and it just, the ball, very similar to the ball that Air is, just rolls upstairs, and the rest of the body parts sort of just flow behind it. Like, it's just like a magnet that's just being, like, kind of like string with cans. It's just sort of being, like, just strung along by it, and then finds a bed, and it just lays completely 100, like, 90 degrees rotated prone in one.
I think that was Janna's mission here in Thane. I think everything else past this is like the long term. Oh, I think at this point I will send a message to the group, and I will say, I returned Air to his home in Thane. Do I have a character limit?
I don't think so. Just keep it roughly
Okay.
short-ish.
It was short. I returned Air to his home in Thane. I met more robot. I don't know what words I'd have for this. I met more units like him and made a trade. That might have to. Can I say like one last little short sentence?
Sure.
I now have a Watcher unit and got a lot of info on the aliens.
Okay. All. Actually, I forgot to send the other last one too.
And then after this, I think it's just kind of building up those whatever I told you what skills I wanted to do, and then just kind of bumming around on a little vacation tour wherever Antoine wants to go.
Okay.
And for the sake of time, because I know that we've ran really long in this session, we can kind of glimpse past those.
Yeah, so
you know.
Yeah, so let's head to the mainland, and yeah, you do bum around with the with Answin, just looking at a lot of places, going to beaches, like you said, to Vospa, and just looking a little longingly at the Great Dragon Bridge where you last saw your dragons. And you go to various parts of the Slantic Bridge. With Polaris, it's a very simple matter. You can go just about anywhere. Training, you mentioned just doing attack stuff.
Yeah, I think just I was preparing for like if there were to be a big battle at the end, I want my combat to be as good as it can get.
Okay.
So I guess, do you want me to be specific or like I don't know? I guess what I'm allowed to do. Like, is it have to work on strength? Do I have to work on my archery specifically?
I'll say you specify whether you want to do like weapon skills and like attacking stuff, or like working on like your physique and your body and or your mind or something like that.
When I do melee, does that come out of strength?
Yes. So like
I will literally work on my physique. I feel like that's pretty easy to do while traveling. Yeah. You know, like I'm just like running a lot. I'm doing pull-ups in trees.
Okay.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. So if you want, you can get a +2 to your strength.
Hell yeah.
Or actually make an athletics check for me to see if you get even better.
Oh, gosh.
I just want to see.
Please.
That's a strength.
Hell yeah. Oh, that was a strength save. Come on, give it to me. No. No, Simon, you said +2.
No, you'll still get +2.
Okay.
I was seeing if you roll high enough, if you get a +3.
Okay. I'll take the +2. Oh, did it not save? Nope, there it goes.
No,
okay.
+2. Good enough.
I'm happy with that.
Okay. Alright, but as your time just training, going to the woods, benching 150 and everything, you know, going on a vacation with Answin and just going to a lot of locales. She wants to visit a lot of like small towns and stuff, but then she also wants to like go camping out in the woods and everything. Like it's a lot of bouncing around the continent, trying to look for the most scenic spots. And if a place looks scenic, maybe you've been there and you may have some more insight. If you want to go to like the main campaign. Yeah, +2 to your strength.
Okay. Cool.
About 1 year in, you see a fish on your group chat.
I open it.
It's Riley.
Well, we have a ship now. I'll be in Golmet Harbor. Come get me when you're ready.
I go to Riley. I'm ready.
All right. As you are heading towards Riley.
Oh, and I'll put in the group chat. On my way to Riley. If anyone else wants me to pick you up on the way, let me know.
Okay.
But otherwise, I'll start heading over there.
Anyone wants me to pick you up on the way? Pick
Boo.
you on the way. Let me know.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Oops. Okay. With the mammoth done, with warning your mother and sister, and seemingly redeeming yourself in the eyes of your old god, finding the mammoth orb, getting a cool boost to Giorgio, and finding a bit more information about Error and what his whole deal is. I believe that concludes your downtime.
Cool. Thank you, Simon. I think we accomplished a shit ton.
Can you believe I was gonna put more in?
Oh.
Luckily, I didn't.
What?
Hmm?
I'm curious what that would be, but I know you won't tell me.
This is correct. Your instincts are honed, O Ranger.
D&D always takes way more time than you think it
It
is.
really does. I told everybody, it's gonna take 2 to 3 hours. All of them have taken at least 4.
Yeah. This was, wait, what, like 5? 5 or 6 hours?
5 hours total.
We
for
started.
us, but
Yeah.
yeah, give or take about
Dang.
5 hours. Damn. Yeah, but the 4:30-ish recording, which I should probably stop now. Actually, yeah.